Good morning, Commissioner, Council, Mr. Odie. Let's start off with the land acknowledgement for the week before we proceed. I would like to open this week of hearing by acknowledging that the City of Hamilton is situated upon the traditional territories of the Erie, Neutral, Huron-Wendat, Haudenosaunee, and Mississaugas. This land is covered by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Belt Covenant, which was an agreement between the Haudenosaunee and Anishinaabe to share and care for the resources around the Great Lakes. We further acknowledge that the land on which Hamilton sits is covered by the Between the Lakes Purchase, 1792, between the Crown and the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation. Many of the council appearing on this hearing today are in Toronto, which is on the traditional land of the Huron-Wendat, the Seneca, and most recently, the Mississaugas of the Credit River. Today, this meeting place is still home to the many Indigenous people from across Turtle Island, and we are grateful to have the opportunity to work on this land. Mr. Odie was affirmed last day. And so I would just remind Mr. Odie of that and that his affirmation remains in effect. Now, Commissioner, as you recall, Mr. Odie first testified on May 4th and 5th, 2022. And at that time, he was the City of Hamilton's Manager of Construction Engineering Services. Since that time, the city has advised us that Mr. Odie is no longer employed by the City of Hamilton. And also that the circumstances of his departure are not related to matters pertaining to the inquiry. I wanted to put that on the record at the outset before commencing Mr. Odie's examination today.
Thank you.
And Mr. Odie, we covered your background and work history in your testimony in early May, but just as a refresher, because it's been a while, you started working at the regional municipality of Hamilton Wentworth back in 1991, correct?
That's correct.
And you were skipping over to the aughts. You were the senior project manager in the Red Hill Valley Parkway project office from January 2003 to March 2009. Is that right?
It might have been March 2003, but I mean, yeah, it's around those timelines. It was 2003 to 2009.
Okay, and after that, you were the senior project manager construction office from 2009 to, I believe, January 2016. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I don't think we covered that because of the time period. What were your principal responsibilities in that role? Senior project manager, construction office?
Well, I had various roles. Basically, when I started in the group in 2009, we also were doing some of the larger facility projects. So I had project managers who did facility projects were reporting directly to me. And I had a supervisor who looked after 12 or 13 construction inspectors who looked after the capital work that we were doing. He reported to me as well as those inspectors. At one point, I helped out the city with dealing with Infrastructure Ontario and finalizing the proponent to build the new Tim Hortons field. And then in 2015, we had a little bit of one of our senior project manager who looked after the project managers in the construction section, went over to the waterfront office to look after that project. So I then, and at that point, we reorganized and put all the facility project managers under one umbrella within Public Works, because at that point when we had it, we had some in our group Recreation had some in their group. And then we had a facilities department that did the day-to-day operation stuff. So that got consolidated into one group that did all the facilities. And then I was looking after for that year the project managers that were looking after the capital works, what we call the horizontal linear work.
And so is that sort of broadly speaking, each project would have a specific project manager and those project managers would report to you, is that right?
Correct. Yeah. Yeah. Like our group would look after, 30 to 40 concurrent construction projects involving road, sewer, sidewalk, water main, sewer, bridges, retaining walls. We also helped look after the lining programs, so the rehabilitation of water main lining and sewer lining. And then as well as looking after the 30 to 40 concurrent projects, we always have a 2-year maintenance on contracts. So we have to do the 2-year maintenances on the 30 to 40 projects from 2 years prior. And then we're also helping out the asset management and design people as we're trying to prepare for the next year's program of 30 to 40 projects, reviewing plans, specifications, and getting ready for the following year construction.
Okay. And you reported in that position to Jerry Parisotto, is that right?
That's correct.
And then he in turn reported to Gary Moore, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And during that time, we know that the lake was resurfaced in 2011. That came under your purview?
Yes, in terms of the inspection staff, yes.
The inspection staff, not the construction staff?
No, because at that time, I still had the facility project managers and the inspectors and quality assurance kind of reported through my arm, right? We had another senior project manager. We had 2 senior project managers in construction. And the other gentleman looked after the project managers who would oversee the project. But we worked together. We worked together as a total unit team.
All right. And then from January 2016 until your departure, and at the time of your testimony in May, you were the manager of construction and engineering services, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And you reported to Mr. Moore until he left for the LRT project in 2018. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then who, after Mr. Moore's departure, did you report to?
Gordon McGuire.
Okay. Now, I just briefly want to talk a bit about document management and storage. And what expectations or guidance existed in engineering services regarding where and how information should be saved on network drives or in ProjectWise?
Well, we had a very, if you want to call it a rigid program, we had structured folders. Every time there was a project, once it was tendered, that information would get stored with the contract number, contract description within ProjectWise, and then there was folders that dealt with pre-construction, during construction, and maintenance. So a pretty rigid, thorough place where information should be stored.
All right. And did you input information into ProjectWise?
Very rarely. If we were doing any reports, at one point we started doing things called sectional area reports. I would either myself or my admin would then put them in ProjectWise. I would tend to use ProjectWise more to open up, older projects to look up information in case there were emails or inquiries that we had to respond to.
Okay. And so if you were looking for a report or diagrams or whatever about a particular project, you would expect it to be located in the ProjectWise file for that project, and that's where you would look for it. Is that right?
If I was looking for the construction information, I would look there. If I was looking for drawings or, geotechnical reports, as-built inspector, that we called our as-built inspector reports sometimes, I would look that up in our spider system.
Okay.
And that spider is basically spatial indexing. I can't remember what the acronym exactly stands for, but all that information was stored in a corporate drive, basically PDF files.
All right. And for the Red Hill Valley Parkway, was there a project-wise file set up for that?
No, there wasn't.
Okay. And why is that? Is that just the timing of it?
No, project-wise was something that that engineering services used. Not every division or section within Public Works or the city use it. So project-wise was kind of engineering services server. When we were doing Red Hill, we were storing information on a corporate drive.
Okay. Is that the P drive?
Yeah, it can be labeled whatever letter you want on your computer, but everyone probably called it the P Mariner project data server.
Okay. Sorry, Mariner?
Mariner, yeah, Mariner.
As in like the ancient mariner?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay.
IT guys named them, right? So I think I think SPIDER stands for spatially indexed drawings and engineering records. So there you go. I remember that acronym.
And did you have access to call it the P drive folders?
Yes, I did.
For
Red Hill, yes.
Okay. And is that because you were part of the original construction team, project team?
Yes. Yeah. My understanding was there was restrictions put on by IT of who could access that particular folders.
Okay. Do you know what those restrictions were?
I can't recall.
Right. And was it used, that drive, was that used subsequent to the initial construction? For matters relating to the Red Hill?
Yeah, it may have, yes.
Okay, and is that where you would have expected electronic copies of reports pertaining to the Red Hill to be stored, or would you expect them to be somewhere else?
No, I would expect the Red Hill folder was set up for basically the Red Hill Valley project office. So any new projects like the Link or Red Hill, I would expect those, because they're new projects being done by engineering services, would be set up and stored in ProjectWise.
Okay, so even if it pertained to the Red Hill itself, if it post construction, you would expect it to be in ProjectWise. Is that right?
Correct. Yeah. The only thing that would go into the Red Hill folder, I would expect would be, because we did 5-year monitoring of the creek. There was a 2-year maintenance on all the construction contracts. So anything related to the Red Hill Valley projects would be in that directory. And anything new that the city was doing, again, for Red Hill or the Link, would be stored in ProjectWise.
Okay. So when you refer to that directory, you're talking about the P drive, that the same one that was there for construction. Is that right?
No, sorry. I was talking about Red Hill. So anything pertaining to Red Hill, the Red Hill Valley, like the creek. I think we were also doing planting as well after 2007. So any of that type of information related to Red Hill would have been stored in the project folder. I believe it was called Red Hill Valley Parkway, the project folder in the Mariner drive.
Right. That's what I said, the P Mariner drive.
Correct.
Okay. And what about things like, I know you, when we'll get to talking about, but things like the trade wind report and the Golder report, where would you expect those to be filed? Reports about the Red Hill in 2014? what would be your expectation about where those would be stored?
That some folder would be created in ProjectWise. So what would happen a lot of times when you see the way it's used by the design staff, they'll have different folders for the different project street names. Sometimes when we put a tender together, it might have 2 or 3 different streets. So if you're looking for design info in ProjectWise, it could be in 3 different folders. But if you're looking for construction related, we would always file it under the contract tender number. But then I can't remember if it was in 2021 or 2020, they came up with a new filing structure for ProjectWise of how we would store information and data. But again, so it's a very rigid, prescriptive, here's the different folders, here's where you'll store information related to that particular project.
Right. But just then to my specific question though, if I understood you correctly, your expectation would be reports like the Tradewind report, the Golder report, pertaining to the Red Hill Valley Parkway would be in a ProjectWise folder. Is that right?
Yeah, I would expect that. Yes.
Okay. Now, I just briefly want to talk about lighting, illumination on the Red Hill. I understand that you were aware that lighting on the Red Hill was an issue that was raised from time to time, and issues with lighting. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay. And do you recall receiving complaints about lighting concerns on the Red Hill from time to time?
Occasionally. I mean, especially once the Parkway opened, any concerns were either directed to myself or Gary to deal with.
Okay. And why to you or to Gary once construction had been completed? Why at that point?
Well, I mean, up to 2009, I was still within the project office.
Right.
Right. We're working on doing the 2-year maintenance. We were doing every year looking at the creek. So I expected it to come to our office because we built it.
Right. Okay. What about after that?
You know what? After, I mean, up to when I left the city, I would still, if there was any questions, concerns, normally people would send it to my direction because of my background with the project.
Okay. And so, when you occasionally received complaints about it, who are those from? Are those from just drivers, users of the Parkway?
Yeah, they could be drivers. They could be, sometimes it would be a phone call that would come to the call center. Sometimes it would be an email that would go to a counselor's office, and then the counselor would forward it to us, to look at, to respond to.
Okay. And how did you typically respond? Did you develop a sort of a standard type of answer to complaints or inquiries about illumination, or did you deal on it?
Yeah, it's funny. I mean, the Red Hill. The lighting on the Red Hill is the exact same as the lighting system on the Link. And it's just decision point lighting. So if you look at a typical MTO road, they usually they'll light basically in advance of your exit ramps. They normally, before high mass lighting, they would have 3 luminaires set up. We would have, our design had 4 luminaires. So we had two at the Gore and 2 prior, and a typical MTO road. So if you drive older parts of Highway 403, unless they go in and update it, you'll see this conventional luminaires. So there is no direct lighting of the main line on the Link or Red Hill, just portions. But the Link, because it's adjacent to development, you get that ambient kind of lighting in the background. There are areas through the valley where it is dark. So, and then usually a lot of the complaints were from, not necessarily maybe it was people who just weren't comfortable driving in the dark at night. So, it was a brand new road. We'd closed Mount Albion Road as part of doing the projects. So you took away that access. So, people, so basically to address it, I came up with sort of a standard answer that said here, we use conventional decision point lighting, and it's, quite common. And like after Red Hill was open or just prior to, I drove around different highways, and even if I, going to either different consultant meetings or just to confirm that, yeah, if you look at these other sections along the QEW 400 series highways, you see similar type of lighting, right?
All right. So if I could take you to registrar, just as a touch point on this, HAM 38954. And maybe if we could expand it a little bit, since it's just the one email, is that possible? Great, thank you. And this is, at first there's an email from Marco Odie on December 5th, 2008. And then you forward that on December 9, 2008 to Ron Gallo, just with an FYI, on the subject is lighting on Red Hill Valley Parkway. Thank you. And you referred to a sort of a standard response, and I'm just noting that a lot of what you described is just now is what's in this email. Is that fair?
Sorry, I'm just reviewing it. Yeah, that's fair.
Okay. And you talk about the QEW and the 403, and that the Red Hill and the Link utilize conventional lighting at interchange ramp terminals and crossroads. And then you talk about the specific thing that you noticed, that 2 of the 4 luminaries in the southbound RHVP at the Barton Street interchange were not working. I will arrange to have it corrected. So this email doesn't indicate who you sent it to. Do you know?
You know what? Looking
what's going on here.
Oh, sorry. No. I think what this if you just can scroll up a bit, this was an email to Ron Gallo, correct? That I forwarded.
Yeah, you forwarded it to Mr. Gallo.
Right. So Ron Gallo was within our traffic section, and I think at the time, again, like I said, if people were calling in to complain, they'd get the call center, and basically the call center would then try and, okay, which department should this go to? So something like this lighting, traffic may have been getting a lot of the questions. So I think Ron had contacted me saying, because I said, look, Ron, you can pass them on to me. I can deal with them. But, there is that point where, okay, Red Hill Valley Project Office isn't going to exist anymore. Operations people have to start, owning things. And Ron was, a very good colleague, very knowledgeable gentleman. And I just said, I have responded to a couple of things. I can forward it to you. This way, at least when we're responding to the public, we're being consistent. And I think the email that December 5th was something that was sent probably from a counselor. And then that's why that line is in there about 2 of the 4 luminaires weren't working. And given that it was in December of 2008, that's still within the 2-year warranty. I would have been following up with, our contractor to see, okay, is there an actual problem with the luminaires, the wiring? More than likely, we were having a challenge with people actually stealing wire, like stealing copper wire.
Copper wire's got value.
Oh, it does.
But my question is, do you recall? It just says from, and we don't have the 2. So it looks like this is a response by you to someone, but
correct. I believe I had responded back to a counselor, so I don't know why it's not in there. Okay. I don't really know why.
But is this indicative of the standard type of response with the exception of that specific paragraph about 2 of the 4 luminaires not working?
If the question came to me, this is how I responded.
Okay.
So again, all I was providing that information to Mr. Gallo and traffic, so that if they wanted to respond or, if they thought anything else, then they could, follow up as required, right?
Okay. I think Mr. Gallo, you said that he was in traffic. I believe he was a senior project manager, signals and systems in traffic operations and engineering. Does that make sense?
I believe so. And I believe at that time, lighting probably would have been under their jurisdiction.
All right. Now to jump forward in time, you can take that down, Registrar. Thank you. We know that Golder, led by Ludimir Uzarovsky, undertook a 5-year review on the Red Hill Valley Parkway pavement in 2013, and that he primarily communicated with Mr. Moore about that. Can you tell us what was your awareness of and involvement, if any, in that review, that project?
Yeah, I was aware they were going to do a 5-year review. They were going to do, I think it was the following, some type of testing on it, on the road, and they were going to do cores to see how the asphalt, are we getting any bottom up cracking, any top down cracking? So I knew it was going to happen. Gary had put, I think it was Vimy, gave Vimy my contact information.
That's Vimy Henderson.
Vimy Henderson, correct, from Golders. And basically, so my involvement was basically to put Vimy in touch with the appropriate people. Okay, because if you're going to go out there, you're going to need a road occupancy permit, which you would get from Rich Shabib, who was in our corridor management section. And, I'd said to Vimy, if, because it was Red Hill related, I think Gary said, here, can you stick handle this? And I said to Vimy that, if they can't provide their own traffic control, because you're doing work on a highway, you either have to have the you may need crash trucks. I don't know if they were doing lane closures or it was just a rolling thing. I said, if you need any crash trucks or that type of thing, you can touch base with our traffic section. So I either would have, I don't know if I gave her either Martin White or Chris Jacobson's contact information so that she could coordinate their work with them. And also at the time, I think I had said to Vimy, where, Rich will give you the, whether you can do it. The volumes were still relatively low in 08. At that point, you could still walk across the freeway. It hadn't got really busy, not like it is now. It was busy, but relatively speaking, it wasn't as busy. I said, you may be able to do lane closures during the day after rush hour. But again, Rich would allow you or give you the information to do that.
Okay, if we could go to GOL 4450, which I believe is also Exhibit 92. And this is a note by Vimy Henderson on May 8th, 2013. She indicates spoke to Marco to okay field schedule with him, and then talks about related matters. Is this what you were referring to, that your discussion with Vimy Henderson around
Correct.
that?
Yeah, I believe so. I believe that's, yeah.
Okay, and you referred to the type of testing they were doing, and you started saying falling. Do you mean falling weight deflectometer testing? Yes,
yeah. But I'm saying that because from reading the from reading the documents, right, in preparation.
Okay.
If I hadn't read that, I would have just said, yeah, they were doing some kind of testing. And I always recall I was always interested in the cores to see if we were getting any bottom-up cracking.
Right. In relation to the, because of the
Perpetual pavement system. Yeah.
Okay. But at the time, I appreciate now that perhaps without reviewing the documents, you wouldn't have recalled that at the time. Did you know they were doing the falling weight deflectometer testing?
No, at the time, I don't think so. I'm sure Vimy mentioned it, but it wouldn't have meant much to me.
Okay. And dip and bump analysis, did you know they were doing that?
Yeah, I believe so as well. Yeah, kind of looking at the profile of the road to see if there was because we did expect to get some long-term settlements. We had some infrastructure that was buried pretty deep and not much time. You do your compaction, but so I expected to get some long-term dips on different parts of the freeway, especially things north of Queenston Road, given the timing of how the construction went.
Okay. And aside from what you described, did you have any other involvement with the 5-year review?
No, that was it. It was just basically to put Vimy in touch with the appropriate people so they can go out and do their work.
Okay. And at that time, you were the senior project manager in the construction office, as we talked about, right?
Correct.
And so first of all, it's Mr. Moore, I guess, that asked you to coordinate with Ms. Henderson. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So how does that come into your role at that point? Why is he asking you to do that?
I don't know. Gary just asked. He thought maybe if they needed traffic control that we could get a contractor to arrange it for them.
No, I understand. I understand the reason about why you might need traffic control, but why you?
Oh, me, just because I don't know, because I had worked on Red Hill, and I don't know. You'd have to ask Gary, but I just he asked me to do it, and sure. I mean, Gary could have put him in touch with Rich and done the same thing, but I don't know. He just said, "Here, take care of this for me."
Okay. And we know you can take that down, Registrar. Thank you. We know there was a heavy rain event on September 21st, 2013, so several months later from what we were just talking about, and that a series of discussions followed amongst city staff respecting reported slipperiness on the Red Hill ramps and road. And I can take you to some of those communications that you weren't copied on, but were you aware of those discussions taking place at the time?
No, I wasn't.
Okay. And did you have any other discussions around and about that time about slipperiness on the Red Hill?
I don't recall any, no.
Okay. And those emails between staff ultimately then resulted in Mr. Moore emailing Ludimir Uzorowski on September 30th, 2013 to inquire about skid resistance testing on the Red Hill and the link, and Dr. Uzorowski agreed to do so. Were you aware of that at the time?
No, I wasn't.
Okay. All right, and we know that Tradewind was contracted by Golder to perform the skid resistance testing on the Red Hill link, and that they performed it on November 20th, 2013. Did you have any part in arranging or organizing it?
No, I didn't.
And if we could go then to HAM 36542, Registrar. And this is a November 19, 2013 email chain. And if we could pull up images 3 and 4 to start. You see that on the image 4, Dr. Uzorowski emails Mr. Moore and Vimy Henderson about friction testing in Hamilton. That's the subject line, with the price to carry it out on the Red Hill and the link. That's on the 19th of November. And then you'll see then on the left-hand page, and if you could, Registrar, expand the bottom email. Yeah, there we go. On the 19th, that early in the morning, Mr. Moore replies to Dr. Uzarowski, copying Henderson, as well as Diana Cameron, Martin White, Rich Shabib, and you. And he says, this is acceptable. Please proceed. Ask Diana to prepare a purchase order. And then in the last paragraph, Marco, Rich, Martin. Golder is going to do friction testing as below. They will need traffic control coordination. Please contact Vimy in this regard. Thanks. So first thing, had you had any communications with Golder that you recall between your call with Vimy Henderson back in May 2013 and these emails on November 19th?
No, I didn't have any conversations. And when I saw this, I thought, okay, Rich is the one who does the occupancy permit. Martin has the crash trucks and traffic. Basically, there's nothing for me to do. So I just keep doing my, looking after the 30 to 40 concurrent projects, getting set up for the upcoming year and making sure we've done all our 2-year maintenances on the 30 to 40 projects from the years prior. So to me, there was nothing for me to do here. It would have been, okay, great. I probably would have just deleted this email.
Okay, but it seems a little similar to the request from Mr. Moore back in May, right? To arrange.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Now, if Rich and Martin weren't on these emails, then I would have, I would have called Vimy or emailed her and said, get your road closure permit through Rich. And if you require crash trucks, Martin may be able to help you out with that.
Okay. And sorry, you say you probably just deleted this email. Why do you say that?
Again, there's nothing for me to do, right? There's nothing, like back in May, and again, at this point, Vimy probably already knew the process because she's done it once already, right?
Right, but he's asked you, along with Rich and Martin White, to.
I didn't see the need to follow up. I mean, Rich is very good at what he does. He does occupancy permits all the time for developers, contractors, utility work. And Martin is the one for operations who has the crash trucks. So really he included me, but there's really nothing for me to do in this.
Okay. Did you discuss?
Again, if you look at the request, it's just, hey, they need full coordination. Please contact Vimy. Okay. So I'm like, okay, as long as Rich and Martin get a hold of her, then we're good to go.
Okay, if you could take that down, please. Thank you. Leave the document up. And then Martin responds, copying everyone. Thanks, Gary.
Right.
Appreciate that. And then he asks Chris, I guess Chris Jacobson, to please assist with traffic control and crash check if required. Right. Then please coordinate with Vimy. So is that, and do you recall receiving that?
Yeah, I'm obviously on it, and it's one of those, once you're in these chains and people are doing reply alls, you just get copied on them. But again, there's no work for me to do. Chris, because
it's being done.
Chris Jacobson was probably a senior project manager in traffic under Martin. So again, he would coordinate getting the crash trucks out there. And it looks like Martin's saying, good, that it'll basically be at the city's cost. There's no cost to Golders for it.
Okay, you can take that down, Registrar. Thank you. And then if you could just bring up the images 1 and 2, please. And then there's a further communications that you're copied on, but you're not sending any of these these emails.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Again, you're in the chain, so you just get included, right?
Yeah. And did you discuss the friction testing with Mr. Moore?
No, no,
Or
I
with
didn't.
anyone else?
No. Yeah. Again, at this point, like I said, it's not on my to-do list. By now, I think I have a BlackBerry, or I don't know if we had gotten the Samsungs yet, but because I didn't think I got a BlackBerry till about 2011. So, basically you see this, okay, it's just that I wouldn't have paid attention to it, or there's no follow-up, no action items for me to deal with. I just would have deleted it.
Okay, fair. But you were the project manager for the Red Hill construction. And as you said, people would come to you if they had issues, for a long time, and questions and stuff about the Red Hill, and fair enough. And so you continue to have some involvement with it when people had questions. And as you were also, you had, I think you said some involvement with the link resurfacing in 2011, 2 years prior, right?
Yes, correct.
Right. So were you not curious as to what was going on here and why friction testing was happening on
no,
Red
no,
Hill
I mean,
or the link?
no, I would have, again, I probably wouldn't have paid much attention to it, and thought, again, I know Golders was doing, they were gathering data for the 5-year review. Was this part of it? I wasn't aware of the stuff during the rainstorm. So to me, this was just, they was just gathering more data, to write a paper or something. So
you weren't curious about it?
No. Again, I'm pretty busy in my role, looking after the 30 to 40 projects, and at that time in 2013, don't know where. Yeah, I would have been really heavily involved, dealing with Infrastructure Ontario about picking the proponents to do Tim Hortons Field. Right. On top of all my other duties that we were doing, we had the project managers, I had the facility project managers, we were doing, all kinds of work throughout the city, right, for the fire department, for recreation centers.
Okay, so fair enough. But you mentioned something about always just gathering more data to write a paper or something. Were you aware that there was any discussion about a paper at the time?
No. Again, I'm sort of speculating that might have been what I thought. But again, there's no action for me, so it's like, okay, delete. I didn't have any. I wasn't curious about it. Didn't question it. Didn't even. I'll be honest. I didn't even recall that they were doing friction testing.
Sorry, didn't recall it when.
Oh, if I had got. If someone asked me, was there friction testing on the road, I would have said no. Like, as I'm saying throughout this whole, through the whole inquiry here, right?
Well, we're going to be asking you about that. So we'll get to
Sorry,
that.
Yeah. Sorry.
Did you attend at the trade wind testing on November 20th, 2013?
Oh, no, I didn't.
Okay. And excuse me. So in addition to the Red Hill and the link main lines, they tested 3 ramps. Did you have any awareness of that?
No, I didn't.
All right. And Registrar, if we could pull up the native format of TRW 92. And if we could go to the first tab, which is titled Raw. All right. And if you could go, let's see, up a bit to row 1253. Yeah, that's good. Okay, so you'll see there, it's towards the bottom. It says operator message on the left-hand side. You see that?
Mm-hmm.
Can you read it?
Yes, I can. Yeah.
and then it says at 12:55, Green Hill on-ramp, right wheel path, mix change at 260 meters, last 140 meters, same mix as Red Hill Valley Parkway. And we know from Rowan Taylor of Tradewind, who testified that that field in the spreadsheet was filled in by the grip tester operator, Michael Hogarth, that day, and appreciating that you weren't there. So it's just the information in there I want to ask you about. And then if you if you just scroll down a little bit, Registrar. Thank you. And then it says average values, run data, and it gives the distance, and it's the testing on that ramp. And it shows the first 200 meters with a grip number of, we're on the right one. Hold on here. Sorry. Yeah, sorry, then it's row E, column E there. So it shows it's the speed, and then on the right hand numbers, the starting at 60, and then 260s, and then 52 and 42. That's the grip number you testified over each of those distances, each 100 meters. So it starts at 60, then at 200 to 300 meters, 52, and then 300 to 400 is at 42. And so he's indicating that there's a different, or it's the same mix as the Red Hill on the Red Hill Valley Parkway in the last 140 meters. And you were the project manager on the Red Hill construction. Do you recall that the Green Hill on-ramp, that SMA was used as on the main line rather than the SP 12.5 FC2 for the last 140 meters of the ramp? Do you recall that?
Well, what happens, Green Hill, is that Green Hill on-ramp? Do you know?
Yeah.
Well, I guess it doesn't matter which direction. I was thinking, do you know if this is the northbound direction they're doing?
He doesn't indicate it there.
Because the northbound ramp, like basically when we paved the Red Hill, SMA was used on the main line, and SP 12.5 FC2 was used on the ramps.
Right. No, exactly.
So when you come down, if you're heading north on the Green Hill ramp, you'd be coming down the ramp. Once you hit the gore, at that point, the Green Hill ramp, that the lane, it's basically a continuous lane to the King Street interchange.
Mm-hmm.
So I would have to look at the drawings and just to confirm, but my gut feeling would be that, okay, at that gore, we probably bought the SMA all the way over and brought it to the gore of the King Street off-ramp.
So when you say the gore, what do you mean?
Sorry, that's the triangle where basically it's the intersection, it's that intersection area of where the ramp meets the main line.
Yes.
Okay, so that sort of triangular area is what they call the gore, right?
Yeah. Okay.
So like at a certain point, and so even if it's the southbound lane, it'd be the same thing.
Right. No, and that's fair. You're just saying that you carry forward with the main line paving for a certain distance.
You got it. Yeah.
And so
and in the southbound, definitely for sure, because the once you get on from Green Hill, that becomes the truck climbing lane all the way up the escarpment. So it's definitely SMA all the way up in the southbound lane.
Right. Okay. So that regardless of which lane it is, that makes sense to you that some portion, the portion that's closest to the main line would have SMA for a certain distance. Is that fair?
Well, no, again, it depends on the ramp configuration, because if it was a regular ramp that just tied in to the freeway, that whole tie-in when it ties into adjacent to the freeway would have been 12.5 FC2. But in this case, you've got basically continuous lanes starting in the north and south. That's why all of a sudden you definitely see you'd see a horizontal line, a transverse line, sorry, right? Whereas if you were in a normal ramp, it would just be running north-south. You'd see the joint north-south versus east-west.
Okay. And then if we could go down to row 1301 register. And a little further, just because we'll just keep going so we can see it. That's good, thank you. So you'll see it now at the top, 1299, there's another operator message. And then at 1301, it says Stone Church off-ramp, right wheel path, Red Hill Valley Parkway mix. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and then he gives the average values. And again, the testimony of Mr. Taylor was that the operator of the grip tester, Mr. Hogarth, filled these fields in. And then below that, there are the results in 100-meter increments, and the far right numbers showing grip numbers of 38, 40, 33, and 39. You see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And now, so what it appears to be indicating here is that that this off ramp had it says Red Hill Valley Parkway mix. And we heard from Dr. Uzorowski that likely this was the ramp in the Mud Street interchange where the SMA test strip was placed. Do you have any insight into that?
Yeah, I mean, if that ramp was I believe it would be called the east to south ramp, that was where we did the test strip, yes. And it was left in place. So that would make sense why he says it's the mainline mix, yes.
Okay, and fair. And do you, obviously, Mr. Hogarth wouldn't have known this information himself. He wasn't at the city and so forth. He was at Tradewin. Do you know who gave Mr. Hogarth that information?
Oh, no, he looked at it visually. There's a difference visually between SMA and SP 12.5 FC2. SMA is a gap graded mix.
Yeah.
Kind of looks like an open friction course. So you can't see it when you're driving 100 kilometers an hour or 90 or you don't see it. But if you're up close, you can see the difference between SMA and 12.5 FC2.
Right. So you said though just there that no, he looked at it. Do you know that that's how he found out?
No, I don't. I'm assuming it'd be the same thing. Like for him to pick up on the ramps that it's a different mix. He's seeing that visually.
Okay, so, but it wasn't okay. So
no, I didn't inform him. No, they're doing that on their own accord.
Right. Okay.
Unless they touch base with Golder, I don't know.
Right. So it could have been them, but it wasn't you. And if I understand you correctly, you don't know if anyone gave them that information. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. You can take that down, registrar. Thank you. Now, on another issue in 2013, we know that through 2013, SEMA conducted an RHVPE safety assessment. And then again in 2015, conducted a safety review respecting the Red Hill Valley Parkway. Did you have any involvement in those projects?
No, I didn't. The only, I don't know if it was for their very first assignment. I recall giving a copy of the preliminary design report to someone in traffic so that they could use it. So I was aware they were engaging SEMA, but I wasn't involved in the 2013 or 2015 reports.
Okay, so go to that document in a second. I think I know the one you're talking about. But that's for both of those projects. That's the only specific involvement that you recall. Is that right?
Yeah, I wasn't involved in any of the SEMA safety reports because then I think they did some subsequent ones after as well.
Yeah.
I didn't provide any input. I wasn't involved in any discussions or initiating any work with them.
Okay, if we go to HAM 41522. And image one, and actually we could pull up image 2 as well. Yeah, there we go. And so if we start at the bottom of image 2, and if you could expand that there, registrar, yeah. Wednesday, May 1st, 2013. This is an email from you to Anita Zakowska, copying Paul McShane, Richard Andoga, and Jennifer DiDomenico. Subject is RHVP info request. Is this the email that you were talking about?
Yes, yeah, and actually just reading the email. So yeah, I would have given them whatever. Yeah, those 2 files are the basically the horizontal alignment information for the consultant to use, and then the preliminary design report. And then also the IADP report. So those were paper copies. So I would have dropped them off to Anita for their use with the consultant.
Okay. Well, it says that there's PDFs there. So
the PDFs are just the link data and the RSVP data. So that was because I could pull those out of the contract drawings, right? I could actually take here's those drawings from those PDFs. This way the consultant has it in one document, whereas the 1990 PDR and that 2003 impact assessment and design process summary report at that time, there were no digital copies. So I dropped off the paper copies for them.
All right, thank you. You take that down, registrar. And then later the same day, so Mr. Andoga, don't you need to expand this one. Mr. Andoga responds with the 2007 sustainability report, and then you then reply at the bottom of the image on the left on the same day, May 1st. And if you could expand that email. Yeah. And could you also, the top one of at the top of the page? That's great. Thank you. And you give them further information, and I'm noting that you give them links to the RHVP mainline paving contract. And I see it refers to Mariner just in the path there. That's what you were talking about earlier, Mariner //vault / engineering.
Well, actually, it's funny. This is a different Mariner.
Okay.
This is a different server because this one is the Mariner. It has the vault information on it. The other one that has the Red Hill files is Mariner project data. So it's a different server.
Okay.
I believe it's a different server. IT would have to confirm that.
All right. In any event, you indicate, I do not believe they need the link resurfacing cost breakdown. And then you give just a chronology of when the link and the link extension and the Red Hill opened, and then the mainline resurfacing of the link indicated it was completed July 22nd, 2011. Then you state, please note that the 2011 link resurfacing project did not include the Dartnall interchange ramps. Also, the mainline lane widths and configurations, as well as the guide rail, were not altered. So did you have a fairly detailed knowledge of the resurfacing that was done on the link?
I wouldn't say, I mean, you could see it. We resurfaced just the main line. We didn't do the shoulders, and we did just some of the ramps. And the reason Rich had asked, Jeff Pitsadney was the senior project managers over the project managers. So I think Rick thought, oh, okay, you can give them the cost breakdowns for the link, but it was a resurfacing project. So nothing had been changed geometrically from the original design. So that's why my comment about they really don't need the resurfacing cost breakdown, because these guys are doing a safety audit. I believe it was a safety audit. Whatever they were doing, they wouldn't have needed that cost information. And then just to give them the understanding of how the project was built. Because it was done, it was done in stages, it wasn't all, we didn't open all 20 kilometers at once, right?
Right, I get that. Right. It's just the link resurfacing itself that I'm focused on there.
Yeah. So again, if there had been damage guide rail, maintenance probably would have had it done before we went in. In 2011, it was just basically it was just a straight resurfacing contract.
Right, the shave and pave.
Shave and pave, yeah. And we basically closed, we closed it over weekends. I think we started in might have been like mid-May, and then we were done by the end of July.
Now, you've indicated that this was your only involvement with the 2013 SEMA safety assessment, right? Yeah,
it was basically to give Anita the background information.
Okay, and did you see the 2013 SEMA report in 2013 when it came out?
No, I didn't.
Do you recall when you first saw it?
I would have seen it if it was brought up during any discoveries.
Okay, when's that, in late 2018?
Oh, I mean, I've been involved in a lot of discoveries. Usually the way we were approaching it, legal had said if they were going to if there was questions regarding design and construction and maintenance, that they felt I would be a better witness for the city during discovery because of my background with design and construction. That way, if we had any undertakings, it might have been only minor undertakings for the maintenance stuff. If there happened to be claims in or discoveries, and then they didn't have anything involving design and construction, and if it was just maintenance, then someone from operations and maintenance would attend the discovery.
Right, and then with respect to the 2015 SEMA review, you've indicated you didn't have any involvement with that. When did you first see that report that arose from the review?
Same thing in discoveries.
Actually, in a discovery itself.
I believe so. Yes.
But too. Okay.
Well, I've also seen it in the overview documents now. But
yeah, I don't mean in the course of this.
Right.
Prior to this inquiry, you saw it was the first time it was in discoveries. Okay. Excuse me. And with respect to the link resurfacing, what surface course was used for the link resurfacing?
For the resurfacing project?
Yeah.
I believe we put down 12.5 FC2. And we actually, because we had used, I believe it was dolomitic sandstone was the aggregate that was used on the, when we paved the link. In that contract, we allowed the contractor to mill and use, I can't remember the percentages, if it was 10 or 15, we allowed them to use that as recycled, as what they call wrap. Because it was good quality dolomitic sandstone, it made sense to mix that in. So we did allow that on the resurfacing of the link. And it was basically a 12.5 FC2 that went back down.
Okay. And so from your involvement, do you recall the paving limits of the link resurfacing?
Basically, we went from Highway 403 to where the paving limits had stopped when we built Red Hill.
Okay.
So basically, we were trying to replace any asphalt that was placed, up to I think 97. We had opened it to Dartnell, and then we did the link extension was opened in 99.
Right, and
Yeah,
right.
yeah, sorry,
And
yeah,
the
we didn't,
link-
touch.
the link-
we didn't touch the interchanges on the QEW. We didn't go into the, sorry, the 403 interchange there.
Okay. Um, Focusing on the where a link joins up with the Red Hill.
Right.
Do you recall if the two outside lanes going both directions, the outside lanes in both directions were paved further to the east towards the Mud Street interchange than the inside lanes, about approximately 500 to 600 meters?
You know, I believe the east northbound lanes, that paving limit was extended a little further. I can't recall the exact limit, but it was. I believe the southwestbound direction was paved according to the limits in the contract.
Okay, so if I could take you to HAM 12843, which is the trade wind report, appreciating you had not seen it at the time. If we could go to images 5 and 6. Maybe it's 6 and 7. Maybe go to the next image. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, so you'll see here, this is the eastbound, which is east and then north. And I'm not asking you to comment on the friction test results and what they mean themselves, but you'll see that on the left, it's the link, and on the right, it's the Red Hill. And you see that that on the right lane, right wheel, so the outside lane, that the higher values continue on for some distance and then they drop off. You see that?
Yep, I do.
Okay. All right. And so you just indicated that the outside lane was carried on for a longer distance for the eastbound outside lane, correct?
Yeah, I recall one of our inspectors saying, you know, it looked a bit cracked, so we decided to go a little further and clean it up now while we were there.
Okay. And then if you could go to the next two images, I think they are. This is the westbound, southland and westbound, the other side. And you'll see there's a similar pattern there. It actually shows it from the link on the left-hand side, even though the direction you'd be driving in a different thing. And you see the similar plotting.
Yeah, you know what else? Sorry, Andrew. You know what I just thought? Why you could also be getting this? It's because we have one highway, two names. Anyway, only in Hamilton. If you look at where the so if this testing is done, and what I don't know is if you look at where the actual delineation of where the where Red Hill and Link, you know, magically transform into the other.
Yep.
It is west of the Dartnell Road interchange.
Right.
So that would definitely explain if these limits are set where that sign is, then you're definitely you're well beyond where the Red Hill contract started. You know what I mean? But
right, but it's only on the outside. It's only the outside lane, which is the
well, I think they're only testing the outside. Are they only testing the outside lane?
No, there's both.
They're both. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's both, and on both directions, it's the it's the outside lane where you have that short distance of higher results.
Yeah, from what I recall, when they did the when they'd done that paving contract, I thought in the eastbound direction that, you know, the east north, I thought they had done both lanes, not just the one lane. But again, without, you know, I wasn't out there. I don't know specific details. That's just my recollection.
Okay. All right. If we could take those down. On a different topic, what was your general practice with respect to attending Public Works Committee meetings? Was that something you did fairly regularly or no?
No. No. I would only attend if I was asked to attend. If the director wasn't available to attend and if we were covering for him, then we would go.
All right. And there was a Public Works Committee meeting on December 7, 2015, where Mr. Moore and Councillor Marula discussed friction levels on the Red Hill Valley Parkway and the quality of the asphalt. Do you recall attending that meeting?
No, I did not.
You did not attend it?
I did not attend it, no.
Okay. And do you recall, did you have any discussions with Mr. Moore about friction levels on the Red Hill, either before or after that meeting?
No, I didn't.
Or with anyone else that you recall?
No, I didn't have any discussions with Gary or anyone else.
Okay, if we could go to GOL 1803. And this is a December 23rd, 2015 email from Dr. Uzorowski to you with the subject Red Hill Valley Parkway and a response from you. And after pleasantries, Dr. Uzorowski says, we will be checking the profile of the Red Hill Valley Parkway. Do you have an electronic copy of the RHVP site plan drawing? And you respond, the attached PDF contains a copy of the pavement marking drawings. Please let me know if this information is sufficient or if you need the actual grading drawings. So do you recall what this was about, why you were providing this?
Again, I believe they were doing the kind of the dip analysis along Red Hill. And I believe he needed the pavement marking drawing so they could just refer to chainage, right? Because as you've seen on the drawings of Red Hill, there is specific chainages along the entire route, right?
Yes. All right. And we know Golder did inertial profile testing on the Red Hill in 16. Did you have any involvement in that?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
Unless those were things that Gary had asked me to put, like that wasn't the thing about with Vimy, right?
That we discussed before was in 2013. So now
sorry, right.
So now we've jumped ahead.
2015. No, I wasn't involved in the other one.
Okay. So but you were aware that Golder was doing some work at that point, and you sent and. So you were aware of why you were providing this information to him at the time?
I really can't say. I just, he needed some information and I provided it to him. I didn't like call him to ask him what exactly he was doing. He, just from what I see in the email, right?
Okay. All right. I don't believe this has been in evidence before and it's not in the overview document. So if we could mark this, Commissioner and Registrar, as an exhibit. I believe it would be 135.
Noted, Council. Thank you.
And now if we could take that down and go to HAM 764. And this is March 4th. The second email is March 4th, 2016. Ludmir Uzorowski emails Mr. Moore the Red Hill dip bump analysis. It says, Gary, please find attached the Excel spreadsheet with the bump and dip analysis tables. The drawings are too large, so I've saved them on the Golder FTP site below. And then on April 28th, 2016, Mr. Moore forwards that to you saying, here it is. Do you recall receiving this?
Yeah, I obviously I did receive it, and I believe, Gary had sent it to me so that I could take a look at it. How I described before, we expected to get some long-term settlements along the Parkway and some of the ramps. And I think I was just reviewing it to see, to confirm, yes, there is a culvert crossing here. Because and it's funny, I kind of do recall there was always most of the dips, except for one, which was just north in the northbound direction, just north of King Street. There was a dip where, there was no infrastructure, there was no creek remnant under it. There just was an area where, we had settlement. And it was like kind of inexplainable. All the other dips is you could correlate it to a culvert, a sewer, water mains, some utility that had been done. And again, it's expected long-term to get these kind of things.
Okay, but why is Mr. Moore sending that to you at that point, given your role at the time? Do you know?
Well, because I could easily, given my background, I could pull out the Red Hill drawings and take a look and correlate it and say, okay, here, this is related to this is related to this. So I believe that's why he sent it to me.
Okay, do you recall having any discussions with him about it?
Not really, or if I did, it would have been just exactly what I told you. Yes, everything correlates to infrastructure except for the one. And then at this point, if something is hazardous or needs to be addressed, it would be done through operations rather than through ours. We deal with tenders, right? In my section at the time.
All right, you take that down, Registrar. And if we could go to overview document 7, image 120. And if you could expand the bottom 2 paragraphs, 383 and 384. Actually, I guess it's just really it's 383, but we'll leave it up. So on April 15th, 2016, and this is now actually, this is just almost 2 weeks before the email we were just discussing. Mr. Andoga emailed a number of people, Mr. Beck, Ms. Jacob, copying Mr. Jazvac, Chris McCafferty, you and Mr. Sadawi, and says, please be advised, asset management has programmed both the link and RHVE for rehabilitation in 2017. The objective is to improve skid resistance of the RHVE, repair settlement areas, as well as repair the ramps of the link. Both the Miller Group and Norjon have been invited to provide a proposal for a rehabilitation strategy to meet these objectives, in addition to completing 500-meter test section along the Dartmouth Road interchange. The test sections are to be completed this year. If you have any questions in this regard, please feel free to contact this office. So prior to receiving this email, were you aware that the Red Hill and Link had been programmed for rehabilitation?
I don't believe so, no.
And would you have expected to be in your role?
In terms of the timing, are you saying the Link and Red Hill, or just Red Hill?
Well, either. I mean, it says they program both for rehabilitation.
Yeah, I think,
but it's the Red Hill and then repair the ramps of the Link, right?
Right. And again, that might those repairs might be related to that dip analysis that we just saw. But yeah, I mean, my understanding of the pavement on Red Hill was that depending on traffic, that we would have to go in and resurface every 10 to 15 years. So this was in the ballpark. And the idea on Red Hill was to go in and, resurface, before the cracking gets into that second lift of asphalt. So, before it gets past that 40 mils is when you want to get in there so that you don't have cracking in the bottom lift to preserve the perpetual pavement. The link, given how we had done it as just a straight shave and pave, I wasn't surprised. I said, given the volumes on the link, I didn't expect the link to last. I thought it might last 5 to 10 years. So, I mean, at this point, I knew there was top-down cracking that was occurring on the link and Red Hill.
Sorry, was this about doing the entire link, or is it just the ramps? Do you recall?
I don't recall. Just skid resistance of the Red Hill, repair settlement areas, as well as repair ramps of the link.
I think you said before.
I don't know. Yeah, I've noticed from driving on the road, it's not that anybody brought it up to me. I mean, I would use the link in Red Hill as I would drive around to different projects. So, I was noticing that we were getting cracking on both roads.
Okay. So you said that the idea in the Red Hill was to go in and resurface before the cracking gets into the second lift of asphalt. But what he's referring there to is he says specifically, the objective is to improve skid resistance of the RHV, repair settlement areas, as well as repair the ramps of the link. So what information did you have by that date, April 15, 2016, about skid resistance on the Red Hill and improving it?
Yeah, I had none. I mean, that comment, the goal of improving skid resistance, doesn't mean there's a concern. The way we do condition reports, we don't have a friction monitoring program. And by resurfacing or doing, other techniques, you get improved skid resistance. Usually when we're doing stuff, it's to address top-down cracking. Like I thought the purpose of this meeting was to discuss an asset preservation technique to address that top-down cracking. I think Miller Group and Norjon have some proprietary products that may be able to address it on a short-term basis. Similar again, if we had a crack sealing program, the life of the Red Hill pavement, could have been extended, if we had that in place. So, I mean, I took this asset management was, here it is. They're looking at a preservation technique. They're going to try a 500-meter test section. And from what I recall, there were some pretty large settlements, some good dips along the Dartnell Road interchange. So, I think asset management was looking and saying, this looks like a good test section to see, and then let's see if this product actually does work. If it looks good, we then apply it, on the Lincoln Red Hill.
Okay, and so we looked at the emails about the friction testing being done back in November 2013. So the reference here to improving skid resistance on the Red Hill. Did that raise any questions for you?
No. Again, in all my years, we've never, to the best of my knowledge, no municipality has a friction monitoring program. We're usually monitoring, are you getting bottom up cracking would be like road failures? Are you getting potholes? Are you getting cracks? So that's how you look at when a road needs to be rehabilitated. Our asset management section would do condition reports. I can't remember the frequency, if they were every 3 to 4 years, they'd get an index. And then because they were asset management, they would try and coordinate projects so that, oh, okay, does it make sense to do just a resurfacing here? Oh no, there's major underground that needs to be done. So maybe then now it's a complete road reconstruction. So asset management would kind of try and, here's my pot of money. Here's all my challenges I have to address. How do I best use that money to address those challenges that we have? So
Okay.
again, to me, this was just a meeting to look at another asset preservation technique.
Okay, you're talking about the meeting that followed.
Correct.
Okay, all right, but you indicated that, by resurfacing or that you get improved skid resistance. But I mean, if you resurface, you'll also deal with the cracking, at least on the top as well.
Exactly. Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Right. So why mention this? Didn't have any question at all about why they're mentioning that specifically. Is that right?
Yeah, no, I wouldn't have questioned it. And that's something you'd have to ask Mr. Andoga what he meant by it.
Okay.
Again, the goal of improving skid resistance doesn't mean there's a concern.
I believe Mr. Odie has frozen his feed.
Sorry.
Register.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you, but you are not moving.
How about now? Can you see me?
We can see you and can hear you, but
I just waved. You didn't see that yet, right?
no, we just have your image where it froze. There we go. Maybe.
Here we go. Am I back?
Sort of.
Did you just see this now? Sort of. I don't think we're on Rogers here. I'm not sure what's going on, Andrew.
Fair comment. We seem to be having an issue. We can hear Mr. Odie. Is everyone else, just ask, is everyone else having a freezing problem with him?
Yeah, he's frozen for us here as well.
Okay. Actually, I'm seeing him blink now, so maybe he's
Sorry,
back.
Council, I just saw him blink.
Yeah, he's back.
Don't stand up, do something? Or?
No, I think we're good. I think
We're good now? Okay, we're
I
back.
believe so. Okay, thank you. Okay, so we asked about talking about Mr. I'd have to ask Mr. Andoga, and it's like, okay. And I think you were starting to say something about improving skid resistance, but if I'm wrong, I think that was at the time you froze. If I'm wrong about that, correct me.
Yeah, I just reiterated the comment that I said before, that the goal of improving skid resistance doesn't mean that there's a concern.
Okay. We go to HAM 33919. And this is on April 25th. Mr. Andoga forwards Norjohn's proposal for an ultra thin bonded wearing course to many people, and you amongst them, along with Mr. Moore, Mr. Sadawi, Mr. Hughes, and Mr. McShane, and Mr. Jazvac, and refers to the meeting on Wednesday, which is the 27th of April, 2016. Do you recall receiving the proposal?
Yeah, I would have. I don't recall the details of the proposal, though.
Okay. You recall, though, attending the meeting? You referred to that before.
Yes, I do recall attending the meeting.
Okay. And the ultra thin bonded wearing course, do you recall the nature of that? Without getting too technical, it's not a shave and pave resurfacing.
Yeah, no, it's not like microsurfacing. From what I recall, it's kind of like kind of works like open friction course. So it seemed to be promising because I wasn't a fan of microsurfacing because I didn't think microsurfacing would address the cracking. We had done microsurfacing prior to 2000 when we were the region on the on a portion of the Nikola Tesla Parkway. And basically, your cracking just reflects through. It ended up popping off, these thin layers all over. I think we had done a piece of Highway 20 east of Upper Centennial Parkway with it as well, and it just didn't seem to last. But this bonded wearing course seemed to be different, and it could work. It looked like it could work.
Okay. So do you recall what happened at the meeting and what the?
I just remember, there was some real good discussion going around the table, and from what I recall, basically, there wasn't anything in our wheelhouse to do. It seemed like they were going to maybe do a trial section of it, but to the best of my recollection, nothing ever came out of it.
Okay. Did others share your past experience or views about microsurfacing, or is that also a concern about the proposal by Nordjon?
I can't recall specifically, who, but yeah, like some of the people had the same concern with microsurfacing. But again, this bonded wearing course, appeared to be different, and that again, it had, I believe we ended up, I think maintenance ended up using it, but we ended up using it not on the Link and Dartnell, but they put it in different roads within the city.
Okay, but not for
not there. Yeah, if I recall, I remember looking at it. I'm not sure if Eleanor Avenue was one of them, but I do recall it. It looked like a really good product.
Okay, well, we know that it wasn't done with respect to the expressways. Do you recall why it was not pursued?
No, I don't.
And at that time, in April 2016, were you aware that the Red Hill had a high proportion of wet weather collisions?
I don't believe I did, no.
And do you recall that topic being discussed at the meeting with Nordjon on April 27, 2016?
No, I don't recall that issue coming up.
Okay. Do you recall the issue of skid resistance or friction on the Red Hill being discussed at that meeting?
No, I don't.
And did you have any discussions with Mr. Moore at around that time or in 2016 more generally about friction or skid resistance levels on the Red Hill?
No, I didn't.
We could take that down and go to overview document 7, image 126. And it's paragraph 400. Expand that with the image, with the diagram as well. Yeah, for the chart. So this is May 20, 2016. Council received an information update on the Lincoln Red Hill Valley Parkway safety improvements, and gave a anticipated timeline for short-term safety enhancement / improvements for the Link and Red Hill Valley Parkway. And you received a copy of this. Do you recall that?
If it was an information update, more than likely I would have received a copy of it, yes.
Okay. I mean, I can take you to the document that to the email if you have any doubt about that.
Oh no, it was normal practice when they were sending information updates that it be distributed throughout Public Works.
Okay, and it contains a table there as I indicated, the short-term safety enhancements / improvements for the Lincoln Red Hill Valley Parkway, and the rehabilitation and resurfacing aren't mentioned. Do you know why?
You know what? Maybe they hadn't been programmed at the time. And this was stuff they were looking to do in 2016.
Right. Well, we saw the email earlier from Mr. Andoga said that they were asset management had programmed both the Link and the Red Hill for rehabilitation in 2017.
Yeah, but I mean, if you look, this information report was just about something. This is about stuff that was happening in 2016. So I'm assuming that's why it's not listed.
You don't know, but that's your assumption?
Yeah, that's what I'm assuming. Again, you'd have to ask Mr. Lupton, I believe, did the update. So, and that's probably because I'm assuming operations, this was falling under operations and maintenance. I believe that group would have reported ultimately to Mr. Lupton.
Do you know if council was advised at any point about the rehabilitation strategies and request to Norjon and Miller for rehabilitation strategies?
I don't believe they ever were, since we didn't do it. I don't think, and even where we did try the bonded wearing course, I don't know. I don't recall seeing an information update about that after the fact.
Okay, you could take that down, please, and if we could go to same overview document 7, paragraph 127. Page 127 and paragraph 403. And if you could expand that for us, please. And so this is around the same time period. It's in April 18, 2016. And you left a voicemail for someone at Phillips Engineering. If you could just take a moment to review this. We do have the audio file of the message. But if we just look at this first and tell me once you had a chance to review it.
Okay, I've reviewed it.
Okay. Do you recall leaving this voicemail?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And who did you leave the message for at Phillips?
I believe I left it for Ron Scheckenberger from, but in 2016, I don't know if they were Phillips or if they were AMEC at the time.
Right. Okay.
I believe Phillips had gotten bought out by AMEC.
Right. But you're referring to Phillips in the message, but that in any event, I don't think anything turns on who they were purchased by. But sorry, Mr. Was that Scheckenberger?
Yes.
Okay. Is that SCHECKENBERGER?
Yep, just like it sounds.
Okay, good.
I believe that's the correct spelling.
Yes. Okay, close enough. Phonetically correct.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right. And why did you leave him this message?
Well, you know, I have been attending discoveries, and I was very upset that I had seen. I mean, after I found out, I can't remember. It was a discovery for an accident that happened within the King Street interchange.
And I'll just stop you for a second there, just so that we're talking about it. This was the Garolash lawsuit. Is that right? By Jody Garolash and Michael Garolash.
Yeah, it could be. It could be that one. I mean, I definitely was in attendance at the discovery, and I had seen Gary Tansley, who was basically Gary ran the paving contract. That was the last work he did with Phillips before he retired. And when I saw Gary, I was just upset because Gary was being sued personally. And I thought, okay, you know what? Basically, you know, We're turning into the United States where they sue everyone. But I was more upset when I found out that it was actually the city's legal representatives that suggested that Gary Tansley gets sued. Like Phillips, I understand it's a corporation. They may have insurance. When I talked to our adjuster, I didn't speak to anyone else. This is strictly my opinion. And I was just very upset that I had a former colleague who basically, was basically being put through this discovery process, having to pay out of pocket. And if, so basically there's nothing he can do. He has to defend himself. If himself and Phillips get dropped from the suit, then, then he can turn around and countersue the city to get money back. So it just seemed very upsetting. And why it was upsetting was because also the way King Street was built, the King Street alignment, the overhead road was built in 1990. The engineers that did it, I think, were Fenco. So I recall during the discovery that was brought up, because I don't know if it was the AMEC lawyers that said, well, the alignment was already fixed, prior, and it was set by a different engineering firm. And during the discovery, I'm getting asked by our lawyer, who's that person who stamped that drawing? Who's he with now? Where's that firm? And the gentleman who had stamped the drawing had passed away. So it just seemed upsetting that it's like, this is what we're doing now. Like we're chasing to see if there's insurance to get money back. I understand it, but I was extremely upset. So, I did talk to our adjusters about it, and then I just called Ron to give it. It was more, I didn't have Gary's contact, but just that way he could let Gary know what his recourse could be. But again, this was not the city's opinion. I was just extremely upset at the time about the direction that we were taking as a city. But I still attended every discovery and did my best, to provide the right information.
So there's a few things there, which I'll come back to. So if we could look at, if we keep that up, just the page itself, you can take down the expansion. And if we could pull up GOL 7514. And this is a third party claim. And the third parties are the numbered company 228704 Ontario Inc., Phillips Engineering, and Gary Tansley.
Correct.
Lawsuit. Okay, and the plaintiffs are Jody Garelash, Michael Garelash, Kay Garelash, and Chris Garelash, and the city of Hamilton are among the defendants, correct?
Correct.
And the city had third partied in Phillips, Mr. Tansley, and the numbered company, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay. And so the one of the things you said that you're upset because Mr. Tansley, he was paying out of his own pocket. You don't actually know that, do you?
Oh yeah, I do. Because when I saw Gary at the thing, we didn't talk very much. I just said, what are you doing here? Did you get dragged in by the plaintiffs? And then I'm pretty sure I said that comment about, we're becoming the United States where they sue everybody. And he said, no. He goes, it was at the time he told me it was the city's insurance people who suggested that they sue him because he may have insurance. That's what, but at the time Gary said, no, I'm paying for this all out of my own pocket. I'm defending myself. So I was upset, and then again, like I said, I vaguely recall, I believe this was the one where they came up and then they were asking, because Gary Tansley was the principal at Phillips who stamped the mainline paving drawings.
Yeah, he stamped, exactly. For the section that Phillips designed.
The part B, right?
Yes, part B, which is the central part of the Red Hill, right? He stamped that. And he was also involved in Phillips was the contract administrator for the construction, and Tansley was involved in
Correct. Yeah. But again, if you look at the alignment of the ramps, it was set back in 1990, once that alignment of, in terms of the vertical anyway, what you have to meet from the freeway and and the expressway alignment through the King Street interchange did not change. But anyway,
Okay.
so I was upset. That's why I made that phone call.
Okay. And you indicate in your voicemail, you say, but I'm a little disappointed that we're charging. It doesn't make any sense, especially when design guidelines and the guidelines were set by the region and the city. So that's what
that was my
set. Sorry, go ahead.
That was my opinion. Again, I didn't confirm that with anyone. No one else said that in the city. I was just upset. And, it didn't seem right. I understand the corporation that they're going after him. There might be something that they can get from them. But to go after someone personally didn't seem to make sense from my, it would if it was the plaintiff doing it. I said, I get it. I understand, if that's the process where our system's going. But my understanding at the time, I was told that it was our insurance people that suggested we sue him personally as well.
Well, it says you were told, you just said, you in your voicemail, you said, I just said to our insurance people, that seems insane that that's the strategy we're taking. We know they're not responsible.
Yeah.
Yes, we just didn't do enough homework on those in deciding to charge the firm to the principal. So again,
our insurance people the insurance people I'm referring to is our risk management section, right? Okay. So then they're saying that was driven by the insurer. Is that right? Is that what you're saying? You know what? I can't recall if they said it was from what I recall, I thought it was the legal firm that we had representing us at the time.
Right. And you indicate that about the lawyers who want to know who the engineers are and the principal, that kind of thing.
Like I said, I get it, I think what put me over the edge, I was upset. I felt bad for Gary, but here's this drawing. Oh, who stamped that? Who designed that? Who's Fenco become? Oh, is that gentleman, I believe his name was David Moncrief, who had stamped those drawings, and I knew David had passed away. And I said, no, David's passed away.
You're talking about back from 1990.
Well, yeah, he didn't pass away in 1990, but if you look at the drawings from the general arrangement of the bridge for King Street, that was done, that bridge was designed and built through Fenco, right, back in 1990.
Okay. And but you've indicated that it was Mr. Tansley that was the concern, but you state anyway, they did say that, you know what, they just named them in the suit in case there's insurance, and these people have insurance to cover. They're just trying to look to gather money. So in the case of Phillips and hopefully Gary Tansley, they're going to basically drop you guys from the suit. And when they do that, if and when they do that, you guys can turn around and ask the city to reimburse you for the legal costs you incur. So you're expressing the concern or what you're expressing is directed both for Phillips and Mr. Tansley, correct?
It's mainly for Mr. Tansley, though. Like Phillips is a corporation. I might have said that, but my concern was for Gary, and that he's paying out of pocket for right now to defend himself. So the only way, hopefully he'd be able to get some money back if they get dropped. If they don't get dropped from the lawsuit, then he's out that money.
Right. Okay. Right.
So it was upsetting to me because Gary Tansley was a very good colleague. He, like I said, he stayed on to administer that last Red Hill contract, and he retired from his career from Phillips. And 9 years later, he's in a lawsuit spending money.
Right. But you were the city's deponent, right? You were the representative of the city for examination for discovery, right?
Correct.
Right. And in this, you are suggesting, or you're saying that, as I read it, that Phillips is not, and Mr. Tansley are not responsible. You said, I just said to our insurance people, that seems insane, that's the strategy we're taking when we know they're not responsible.
Well, again, that's my opinion. I'm upset at the time. Because basically when we're designing, when you're designing ramps, you are using standards, right? So, and to the best of my recollection, there were no deviations from the standards through that interchange. And again, it was because it was a personal thing. Gary Tansley was retired and paying out of pocket. You know, corporation, you know, I might have said Phillips. I don't really, Phillips is a corporation that didn't even exist anymore. For the best of my knowledge, they didn't exist.
Well, but whoever bought them, the point is that you have a.
Correct. Yeah. And they might have, depending on their agreements.
Yeah.
Exactly. But that's, that I understand. The corporation stuff I understand.
Right. And then
the personal thing was upsetting, you know.
Right,
It was
but you're not advising you're not telling Mr. Tansley, you're telling Mr. Scheckenberger.
Correct, because I didn't have Gary's contact information, and it was more so that he could relay it back to Gary.
Let's see. You couldn't have gotten Mr. Tansley's information if this is really who it was addressed to.
You know, I guess I could have, but I had Ron's contact information.
Right. And you went through Mr. Scheckenberger, even though your understanding was that Mr. Tansley was paying out of his own pocket.
That's correct, yes.
Didn't think that you should find out Mr. Tansley himself and then direct it to him, if that was your concern.
Well, you know, at the time I was very upset. I wasn't thinking very clearly.
Okay. And
again, that was just my opinion, Andrew. There was no one corroborated that from the city. I'm upset that a former colleague is paying out of pocket to defend this.
Right.
And again, hopefully, if they get dropped, then he has that recourse to either ask for the money, or more than likely, he'd probably have to countersue to get the money back.
Right. But then you indicate what the strategy is. In the case of Phillips and hopefully Gary Tansley, they're going to basically drop you guys from the suit. And when they do that, if and when they do that, you guys can turn around and ask the city to reimburse you for the legal costs.
Because again, the way our risk people had explained it to me is that basically, well, they thought, well, they might have insurance that would cover them. So, you know, but I guess like once you're named in the suit, you can't say, well, I don't have insurance. Sorry, I got to drop out. You have to proceed with it, right?
Right. And did you, nonetheless, that you were your statement that you were upset, you recognized at the time though that you were conveying confidential information?
No, I didn't realize that at the time.
You did not? Isn't that obvious?
No, to saying about the countersuit dropping, no, no, I didn't think that would be confidential information.
Okay. Or anything else that you had in that voicemail? You didn't consider that to be information about legal strategy that was confidential to the city?
Well, you know, you read it now and it's like, yeah, in hindsight, again, I regret making that phone call, but I was upset after I'd spoken to the insurance people there.
And do you recall an exchange from the last time you testified between counsel for the city, with Mr. Chen at the time, and you in your examination on May 5th, respecting an email you sent to Dennis Billings of the MTO in February 2008, in which you represented that the SMA test strip on the Red Hill met all the contractual requirements? Do you recall that?
Do I recall that email? Yes. Yeah.
Okay. And do you recall the exchange with Mr. Chen about it?
During the May 5th? No, I don't.
Okay. So, just to summarize it, I can take you to what you said, but do you recall that you testified that neither you nor the city stood to gain from any inaccuracy in your email to Mr. Billings about the test strip? Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay. And what about in this instance? Did the city stand to gain from you disclosing to Phillips this information?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Did you understand at the time that it was contrary to the interests of the city to say these things to a third party?
No, honestly, at the time I didn't. I was just upset about Gary. So again, I wasn't thinking straight. I was more upset about Gary Tansley.
All right.
You know, in hindsight, you're right. It's like, yes, this is going to cost the city, but I guess the more prudent thing would have been to say, and I don't know how easy it is to do. Can you check if he has insurance? Okay, go ahead, bring him in. If he doesn't, why are you doing it personally? It just didn't seem correct. And again, I said the comment because when it came up that the bridge was designed by another engineer, our lawyer is asking, well, okay, is that who bought Fenco, which I didn't know, and where is this gentleman? Is he still working? And I said, no, he's passed away. So I was like, oh my God, we're going to go after someone else again. So I mean, Andrew, where I'm coming, it's very upsetting, right? And I didn't understand the strategy that the city was doing, and again, I was upset.
Did you expect anything in return from Phillips or?
No, absolutely nothing. Nothing.
Right.
Phillips did not exist anymore.
Okay. I think for completeness, we should just make the rest of the pleadings exhibits. We just put in the commissioner, if that makes sense. So I don't need to take him to it, but we have the statement of claim of the plaintiffs is GOL 7515.
Mm-hmm.
The statement of defense and cross claim of the city of Hamilton is GOL 7513.
Mm-hmm.
And the defense of the city of Hamilton to the cross claim of Dominion of Canada General Insurance Company is GOL 7512.
Okay.
So registrar, I think, and then the third party claim, which is we have up on the screen, is GOL 7514.
Mm-hmm.
So I think registrar, those are exhibits 136, 137, 138, and 139.
Okay.
Noted, counsel. Thank you.
And would this be an appropriate time to take our break?
It is for me.
Okay. That would be fine. Well, let's take a break then and return at 11:45.
Great. And if we could just have a minute breakout room for council, I appreciate it. Thank you. We're back. May I proceed, Commissioner?
Yes, please proceed.
Thanks. Before we move on to the next topic, I want to go back really briefly to, if you could pull it up, Registrar Ham 41522. And you could bring up the second image as well, 1 and 2. And this is just your emails exchange on May 1st, 2013 to, in this case, Anita Zakowska, copying Jeff Pizzadny and Richard Andoga. And in the email at the bottom that goes onto the second page, you attach the links, and we talked about this really briefly, the links to the RHVP mainline paving contract, to the drawings. And it's each of the 3 sections and then the pavement markings, right? That's what those links are to?
That's correct.
Okay. And we talked about how this was in connection with the work SEMA was doing in 2013. Do you have any knowledge one way or the other if those drawings were provided to SEMA?
I would have assumed that they were, but I can't confirm either way.
Right. You don't know. You would assume so, but you don't know.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. You can take those down. All right. If we could go now, Registrar, to overview document 7, image 182 and 183. And the first number of paragraphs, I just want to, you're not copied on them at the outset, but just to frame it for you. Between paragraphs 528 at the bottom of the image on the left, and then 534, which we haven't got to yet on these 2 images, is in late May, beginning on May 26, 2017, and then early June 2017. There's a request. First of all, there's a request from Ms. Graham to Mr. Moore about reporter questions from the Spectator. And then at 529, sorry, you'll see at the top of image 183, Ms. Graham says to Mr. Moore, she has also asked for a copy of the pavement friction testing done on the RHVP. I had not heard of this before. Is it a public document? And then in paragraph 529, there's an email from Ms. O'Reilly at the Hamilton Spectator to Councillor Conley, indicating I'm interested in info on the pavement friction testing conducted on the RHVP last year. And then in 530, Mr. Conley on May 31st forwards that email to Robert Riberick, the assistant to Mr. Conley, asking him to follow up. And then 531 on June 1st, Mr. Riberick emails Mr. Ferguson, the subject line, RHVP pavement friction testing, copying Councillor Conley and asking, was there pavement friction testing done on the RHVP last year? And if so, what were the results? Thanks. 532 on June 1st, Mr. Ferguson responds, copying Councillor Conley and Mr. Moore. I have copied Gary on this email. And then there's an out of office message, and we know that Mr. Moore was scheduled to be out of the office until June 12th. And then if we could move to the next image, next 2 images, I guess, 184 and 185. And then June 5, Mr. Riberick responds, adding in Ms. Cameron. Mr. Moore and Mr. Ferguson says, with Gary out of the office, can you find someone to provide a response for Doug? Thanks. And then you're brought in on June 5th at 1:46 p.m. Ms. Cameron responds to Mr. Riverick, copying you, Mr. Moore, Mr. Ferguson, and Councillor Conley, saying, "Hi, Rob. I most certainly will get a response for you by copy to Marco. Marco, please ensure you copy all on your response." And so this is on June 5, you're looped in, and there's a series of emails. And the timing is a bit out of order in this, so I'm just going to jump around a little bit. So that email is at 1:46 p.m. And that's responding to the question of was there for Mr. Riverick asking, was there pavement friction testing done on the RHVP last year? And if so, what were the results? And that's what she's going to get the response from you. And then at paragraph 540 on the right-hand image, Ms. Cameron replies to Mr. Conley at 3:25, copying you, asking you to investigate and respond. And 5:41 at 3:52 p.m., Ms. Cameron responds to Councillor Conley, copying yet Mr. Riverick, Mr. Moore, you, and Ms. Jacob. My apologies, it was Gary who requested the friction testing in 2014. And unfortunately, I do not have a copy of that report. I will follow up with Gary on your request when he returns to the office on June 12th. And then going back to paragraph 536 at 5:08 p.m., all on the same day, just keeping this in chronological order. You respond to Ms. Cameron and Mr. Riverick, copying Mr. Conley, Mr. Moore, and Mr. Ferguson. Sorry, I was not aware of and have not seen the results from the RHVP pavement friction testing. This will probably have to wait until Gary returns the week of June 12th. And so first thing is, why did the response have to wait for Mr. Moore?
I wasn't aware of any testing. And if you look, you went through and recited it chronologically.
Yeah.
I'm covering for Gary. I'm assuming I'm covering for Gary for the month of June. Anytime he'd be off, we had rotations where each manager would cover for the director if they were off. Again, like I said before, my role in construction, we deal with 30 to 40 concurrent projects. We got the 2-year maintenance from 30 to 40 concurrent projects. Plus, we're trying to help out, reviewing drawings and specs for mainly drawing reviews and ideas for 30 to 40 projects for the upcoming year. So, I'm busy working, even though I'm covering. Oh, sorry.
Sorry.
Did I break out?
I hate to interrupt you, but I think the live feed just stopped for a second. So I just don't want you to speak anymore.
Okay, sorry.
Sorry. Sorry, do you mind if you just take a quick 5-minute pause so I can just make sure that Vince gets it up and running again?
Okay, let's do that. We'll return in 5 minutes. We'll return right at noon.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay.
We're back, and I understand the technical issue's been resolved. May I proceed, Commissioner?
Yes, please proceed.
Mr. Odie, I'm looking at the transcript, and I'll just go back to where you were cut off when the technical issue arose. And I was asking you about these emails on June 5th. And the last thing you were saying was, even though I'm covering for Gary, it doesn't mean my work doesn't stop. So I would have responded back, if I go into my, again, was I out in the field? Was I at meetings? Couldn't tell you. But then I would go, and that request was at 1:46. I would respond to that. So just because I responded at 5:08, I probably didn't see, and then it cut off. So maybe you could finish.
No problem. Yeah, I probably didn't see the response that Diana Cameron had sent, because when you look at the email queue, I would have been doing the earlier, addressing those earlier ones first. And I believe your question was, why would it have to wait to Gary?
Yeah.
Because I wasn't aware of any testing. And I think the counselor was also asking about 2016 testing. I wasn't aware of the 2013, 2016 testing, so I wouldn't even know where it is. I know sometimes the admins think, we need to respond right away, which we do, but sometimes our response is, I need more time, we need to look into it. And in this matter, unfortunately, it would have to wait for when Gary returned, because he was the only one, I believe, who was aware of it.
Okay, so there's a few things there. The first thing is, you said you weren't aware of any testing, but I'm going to come back. You were aware because you were copied on those emails back on November 19, 2013. You were aware that there was friction testing done at that time.
Well, again, this is 2017. And like I've said, Commissioner Council, looking after quite a bit of projects, concurrent projects. So I wouldn't have connected this 2017 request back to that 2013 November email about friction testing that I had no involvement in. Had I maybe been involved more, yeah, it would have connected, but I wasn't. So I didn't, I wasn't aware of the testing that he was looking for, and I thought it was better that it just waits till when Gary comes back the following week.
Wait, when you say didn't connect it, do you mean you didn't remember it at the time?
Yeah, correct. I didn't. I didn't even really pay attention that we were doing friction testing, because my original contact was in May with Vimy to give her, here's who you have to deal with in corridor management, and here's people in traffic who can help you with traffic control. So, there's no to-do task for me. So I didn't recall it and wouldn't have connected the two things.
And what about the friction testing done in 2007 prior to the opening of the Red Hill?
At this point, at this point, I Commissioner Council, I wouldn't even have recalled that the MTO had done that friction testing. And again, I believe if you read the email from the counselor, it was requesting friction testing that had been done in 2016. So which I wasn't aware of, and given my role in construction, that's not something that I would be undertaking.
Right. So that's certainly the first email that came was that Mr. Riberic, on behalf of Councillor Conley, said, was there pavement friction testing done on the RHVP last year? And if so, and what were the results? So is that what you're referring to? The last year being 2016?
Correct.
Okay. But then there's the subsequent emails where there's the discussion that I took you through, where Councillor Conley refers to on his update sheet saying that the pavement friction testing is completed, and what were the results of that testing. And additionally, Ms. Cameron saying it was Gary who requested the friction testing in 2014. And I do not have a copy of the report. So appreciating that the initial request was referring to the preceding year, but then there were additional email traffic. So right. After having seen those, did that not twig you into the prior your prior information about testing that occurred in 2013?
No, I vaguely recall then seeing this email just saying, oh, Diana's already responded. I didn't have to respond and just deleting it because, I've done what I had to do. Now I'm on to the next task. I'm going through my emails, catching up and whatever, either wrapping up for the day or trying to wrap up for the day or prepping for the next day. I wouldn't have connected the two. And you mentioned an update, and I wasn't aware on the update about that there was additional friction testing done on the Red Hill.
Okay. Did you have an understanding as to what the update sheet he was referring to was?
No, I don't.
Did it occur to you that it was an information update for council?
Again, if it was information updates, I might, depending what they are, I might look at them as they're a to-do thing for me. Then I pay attention to it. If it's other stuff, you just kind of glance through it and then file it. And we get quite a few emails, not just pertaining to the work alone we do, but then all the other emails as well that get distributed throughout public works in the city.
Did you have any discussions with Ms. Cameron or anyone else regarding this request between June 5th and June 12th when Mr. Moore returned?
No, I didn't. Again, I believe Gary was CC'd on the response, so I would have left it for Gary to respond when he returned.
Did you have any communications with Mr. Moore about it, either before or after his return?
No, I didn't.
Okay. And why not?
Again, there's nothing for me to do. If Gary had wanted to talk to me about it, he would have talked to me about it, right?
Okay. Did you have no curiosity about friction test results on the highway that you were the construction project manager of? No.
Again, we don't have a friction management program in the city. I'm not aware of any municipality does. We all drive roads and highways, and none of us, there is no central repository site in Ontario that you can go look at what the friction value of roads are. So I look at roads more how, the general public does. You see the cracking, you see the potholes, you see the deterioration of the roads that way. Friction is not something that I think about when we're building roads or designing them. The friction actually comes as depending the mix you pick is the friction you get. There is no equation in there that says, oh, here you need to add this much asphalt cement, this much granular to get the proper friction.
You didn't feel it was your responsibility to track this down, and having been tasked to you at this point?
No, because I pushed it back to Gary. If it was something that I was aware of, yeah, definitely I would have followed up and got them the information in a timely manner.
And having worked with Mr. Moore for years, I'm assuming you never saw a resolution to this. Let's start with that. Is that fair?
Yeah, no. And I wouldn't have expected to be included in it either, right? The only reason it was sent to me is because I was covering for Gary while he was on vacation.
Okay. And so it didn't occur to you just to follow up with Mr. Moore when he returned? Hey, is there a report from 2014 about this?
No.
Okay. Registrar, if we could take that down and pull up HAM 64106. And so this is an email chain on August 9, 2017 about it's about an action in court, Hamilton ATS Burnett. Do you recall that matter, that lawsuit?
Yeah, the name that the Burnett rings a bell. Is one of the discoveries I believe I was involved in.
Okay. And at the bottom there, Cheryl Morrison rights to, and she's in legal services, rights to Diana Swaby. Hi, Diana. Ron brought to our attention a study that may have been done regarding the surface material used on the Red Hill Parkway. Are you aware of this study, and do you know where Dana and I can obtain a copy? And then Diana Swaby responds at the top, I fail to see how the type of material used on the road caused the tire to blow. I think there was an allegation in the lawsuit about the tire blew. Just part of that. Thousands of vehicles traverse this road every day. In any event, I am not aware of any study. I would try Marco Odie. And you did later become the city's affiant for the affidavit of documents and a deponent at examinations for discovery. And did Ms. Morrison of Legal Services contact you about this issue? Do you recall?
You know what? I don't recall her reaching out about it.
Okay. You don't recall any discussion with her at all about this, or Ms. Swaby?
No. Something like this, it's like you said, you know, unless there was a foreign object that was on the road, the asphalt itself shouldn't cause a tire to blow.
No, I hear that, but I understand that, but that is my question. My question is, you don't recall any response?
No, I don't recall being contacted by. Now I know. I believe down in that email, it looks like it's Dana, but I believe she had pronounced it as Donna. Donna was the legal representative that I was always dealing with up till about 2019 for any discoveries for the link or Red Hill.
Last name is
Lazo? Lazo, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I believe so. Yeah, so I don't recall any conversations with either of them about this matter.
Okay, thank you. You can take that down, Registrar. Thank you. Could you tell us your recollection of when just to change topics, when the city first began considering hot in place recycling for the Red Hill resurfacing?
You know what? It came up sometime after, I believe it was the fall 2017 CTAA conference, where I believe Gary and Ludimir were both in attendance at that. So sometime after that is when it's like, oh, you know, hot in place could be a possible alternative on the mainline portion of the Red Hill Valley Parkway. Because at that point, I think it was being programmed in asset management to resurface the northbound in 2018 and the southbound in 2019.
Okay, and that's it's in evidence that the CTAA conference in Halifax was in mid-November of 2017. Does that sound right with your timing?
Yes, correct.
And Commissioner, I should make that last email that we were looking at, HAM 64106. That needs to be marked as an exhibit. It's not in the overview document.
Okay.
Registrar, I think it's 140.
Noted, Council. Thank you.
Thank you. And did you attend at that conference, or is this something that you learned after the fact?
Oh, I learned after the fact. I didn't attend the conference.
Okay. And there was ultimately a meeting that took place. I'm going to take you to that in detail on March 9, 2018, the number of city staff and Dr. Zarowski from Golder. But what do you recall generally about your involvement respecting the hot in place recycling and the Red Hill between that conference and you're learning about the idea of using hot in place recycling and then that meeting?
You know, not very much. I don't recall any discussions. Again, this was just going to become another potential project, and we were just looking at did it make sense to do it, right? It's it's a good, I know the city, or I believe it was the region, prior to 2000 had done some hot in place within the city, and it, very, very promising. I know the MTO, I believe, was doing one near North Bay or Thunder Bay in 2018. So it's a good alternative. It produces a good mix, at an economical price. It's environmentally friendly because you're reusing, the material that's there. So, but the main thrust is the economic savings. It's about half the price of conventional shave and pave. So, given that, most municipalities don't have that much money or have limited funds to deal with, infrastructure deficits. If you can save $2 to $4 million, that can do how many more additional projects that you could get out the window, right?
Okay. And, but you're saying that you don't recall much involvement from your perspective between those dates. I mean, there's another meeting on February 28th, but generally speaking, you're saying you didn't really have a direct involvement. You were hearing about it. Did you have input? What?
No, just hearing about it. And I think the first time we really sat down to discuss it was in that March 2018 meeting.
Okay. So I just want to go first to February 28th. There's, we go to overview document 8, image 69. And in paragraph, it's paragraphs 192 and 193. In paragraphs 192, Mr. Beck on February 28th circulates a calendar invitation to a number of people, including you. And he refers to further to the presentation on Friday, which is February 23rd. Thanks, Ludimir. We had a side discussion afterwards regarding hot in place on the RHVP. It sounds like there will be some challenges with this approach that we need to discuss moving forward. And then he asks about setting up another meeting. And do you recall if you were at the meeting on February 23rd and the side discussion with Dr. Uzorowski?
I'm trying. No, I wasn't involved in the side discussion, and I'm trying to recall if that February 23rd was one of the PMTR, that pavement and material technology review that Golders was doing. At this point, I think they were doing phase 3 of it. So I can't recall if that February 23rd was a presentation on massacre graded asphalt.
I think that I think it's the latter. I think that's
because we were, as part of their assignment, basically, that part of that PMTR, Golders had done 3 phases because the city had done super pave back in 2007. Ludimir looked at it, I believe, on the behest of Gary to see, okay, how is their super pave asphalt performing? We made some spec changes, and then then he did a second review. Year maybe around 2014 to see, okay, whatever spec changes we implemented, how's our asphalt quality? Is it getting better? And it was improving. But in this last round, we actually specified now we changed our specs so that we specify a minimum level of asphalt cement, and we switched to massacre graded asphalt cement, as opposed to just, if you read the OPS spec, it has the same test parameter for all grades of asphalt. This is a system that was being used, I think, in Northeast or Northwest. I think it was Northeast United States. It seemed to be successful because all the data was more relevant to what happens in the field. So we were looking at implementing these new things, and basically.
So you attended that presentation though?
Yeah, I attended the 23rd presentation, sorry. And I don't recall being in that little side meeting about hot in place. So,
okay, so
I didn't mean to ramble, Commissioner Council.
That's okay, thank you. But Dr. Uzorowski said his recollection is that you were at the side meeting on February 23rd, along with Mr. Beck, Tyler Renault, and maybe one or two other people, but
Okay.
not Mr. Moore. So are you saying that you weren't there or that you just don't recall the meeting?
You know what? I just don't recall. I recall the March 9th meeting, but I do remember the PMTR because we talked about master graded, the minimum AC. So I don't recall the hot in place discussion, but you know,
I'll just put another proposition to you. Dr. Zarowski testified that there, in this secondary meeting, there was a discussion about hot in place, and that Tyler Renault expressed concerns with using hot in place recycling. And then he testified that he recommended or mentioned shot blasting to improve the friction on the RHVP in the interim before resurfacing occurred. And he testified that this was the first occasion that you said something along the lines that the city couldn't do it because that would confirm there was a problem with the Red Hill Valley Parkway and the public would blame the city.
at the February 23rd meeting,
Yes.
I don't recall that at all.
Okay.
Like, I don't even recall the discussion about hot in place of February 23rd. I recall the masker, the minimum.
No, I heard what you, I heard about the other part.
And he also we were doing Ludimir was giving us an end result, very similar to how MTO does end result specifications, so that, because our spec had been set up basically that, well, if some of the parameters didn't meet the test requirements, we were getting extended warranties. So we said, you know what, if we go this other way, we can actually get a value, penalize the contractors, because again, the asphalt's, it's okay to leave in, but it didn't quite meet specs. So we wanted to have that end result information so that we could start clawing back money from contractors.
Okay.
So that I recall those discussions. I don't recall at all that what you just said about the hot in place and my comment about the about not being able to do it, you know, because of the liability.
If you didn't say something about it in that meeting, and we'll get to the March 9 meeting, but did you say something along those lines in the March 9th meeting?
I don't recall saying that in the March 9th meeting either.
Okay. And when you say you don't recall, do you mean that it's possible you did and you don't, but you don't recall? Or
no,
that
I don't recall saying it.
Dr. Zarowski writes in response, and this is at paragraph 193, the bottom there, he writes a response to this. And if you could expand that paragraph 193, please, Registrar. (193), the bottom paragraph. Have we lost the registrar?
No, sorry, Council, I'm still here. 1 second.
Okay, if you can read it, I'm just going to continue. Mr. Rhodey, are you able to read?
I can see. I've got my glasses, so I can see it okay.
Oh, but now I see Mr. Odie has frozen. His image has frozen. So, oh, you're back.
I'm back. Okay, sorry. I guess we're having a tough technical day today.
We are having a tough technical day. It's true. There we go. Right. So Dr. Uzarowski responds, and he refers to having contacted Pat Wiley, president of EcoPave, that does a lot of HIR in BC. Refers to the MTO doing HIR in Thunder Bay, which you mentioned. Sorry, occasional drilling upstairs. If you can hear that, I apologize. And then he indicates Pat has never done HIR recycling of SMA and thinks perhaps it's not feasible. And he goes on to provide an explanation of that, including that the a reference from the MTO guidelines about what it's recommended for with HIR, and that it shall not be used to recycle SMA or composite pavements. And do you recall at that time what your view was about using HIR? You referred to it before generally about the benefits of it.
Yeah, you know what? I was one way or the other. I mean, if we could do it, I don't believe I was copied in this email, was I? Like, I don't recall seeing this. You know, but I may have been. I don't know if this was just sent from Ludimir to Mike.
I believe it went to everyone that was on the invitation, but it
Was it? Okay. Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
just pull it up. Hold on.
Yeah, I just can't recall. And I know, but I don't know if we talked about.
No, you're correct. I'm just looking at it. It was just went back to Mr. Beck.
Okay, yeah, because I recall us. I believe it was after the March meeting, because I know the MTO spec says, or it indicates that it shouldn't be done. Excludes SMA.
Yeah.
But and I can't recall when. So it might have been later on when, I remember talking to Mike Beck because we were talking, I said, yes, definitely. If him and Tyler wanted to go, drive out, whatever, fly out to when they're doing the hot in place, because I believe Pat's company had gotten that contract. Yes.
You mean the MTO project in Thunder Bay?
Yeah. By the time they got it, and we said, yeah, it'd be a good thing, especially if we're thinking about doing it. And the MTO was very interested that, oh, you might try it on SMA. So, so it's not that it couldn't be done on SMA, just they had never done it on SMA. And if you look back when the region did it, we didn't have any SMA asphalts or very few prior to, the year 2000.
Okay. So what, appreciating you didn't see that email, I just sort of bring it to your attention as to the lead into the meeting and to Dr. Zarowski's perspective at the time. Did you, what was your view? Was that from the way you described it, that if it's feasible, we should do it? Is that a?
Well, no, it was more, okay, if it hadn't been done in Ontario, so do we want to try it? Does it make sense? If this contractor out in BC was comfortable with it and thought it could be done, then yeah, it merited investigating it, because of the cost savings, mainly. It does have the other benefits of being, a bit faster and environmentally friendly, but again, it could only be used on the main line highway, right? We still had to do the traditional shave and pave for the on and off ramps.
Right. Okay, so do you recall the meeting on March 9th? 2018?
Yes, I have some recollection of the meeting, yes.
All right. And do you recall who was there? The invitation was from Mr. Beck to you, then Mr. Peruzin and Doga, Ms. Jacob, Dr. Zarowski, Mr. Leon, Ms. Rala, and Mr. Renault. And we know that Mr. Moore was there as well. Do you recall?
Sorry, can you repeat the last name you just said?
Mr. Renault.
Renault.
And Mr. Moore was.
Yeah, Mr. Moore, sorry, yes, yeah.
And he was there. We know that he wasn't on the invite.
Yeah, I believe that was everybody that was there.
And
you did say Rick and Doga, right, as well?
I did.
Okay.
I did. Yeah. And what was the focus of the meeting?
Basically, it was a discussion to see if hot in place could be feasible on the Red Hill Valley Parkway.
Okay. And if we could, I'm going to pull up notes of Dr. Zarowski and Mr. Beck respecting the meeting, because I'll ask some questions about that. So if you could pull up Registrar RHV 933. at image 823. And also please pull up OD 8 at page image 76. Yeah, it's paragraph 207. Dr. Uzorowski's notes continue on. That's just the first page, but so the first thing, maybe just generally tell us what you recall of the meeting and how it proceeded.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it was just a normal meeting. We were just talking about the possibility, and but there was definitely a different recollection of the discussion with the BC contractor EcoPave. Gary had a different recollection that that Pat thought it could be done on SMA roads, and Ludimir said no, and as well brought up the thing about the not being in the MTO spec.
And when you talk about the different recollection, was that with respect to discussions back at the CTAA conference or some
Yes,
other?
yes, correct, about CTAA conference discussions, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, because they obviously both had attended, and then Gary had said, what, after some presentation, they had gone and they had talked about it. And, Gary's recollection is that Pat was very excited about it. I don't know if he had the MTO contract at that point or if he was just bidding on it. But Ludimir's recollection was like totally different than Gary's.
And was Mr. Moore's understanding that it had been done on HIR or that Mr. Wiley thought it could be done? Do you know?
I think it was that it was the latter, that it could be done on SMA. So, and that's sort of, okay, if they think they've, have they done it out there? Do they think they could do it? I know MTO doesn't say, but again, I think the MTO is saying, oh, we haven't done it, but if you're going to do it, we'd be interested to see how it turns out. So there's just this, this discussion back and forth, right?
Okay. And how can you characterize the conversation in terms of tone?
You know what? I recall the discussion getting louder as there was, more, Gary's recollection not coinciding with Ludimir's recollection. Like there wasn't any yelling. I just remember it getting louder between the two. And, Gary did use some profanity, but it wasn't directed at anyone. I guess you'd look like in the construction and trade industry, colorful, spirited language, sometimes used as adjectives, adverbs, sentence enhancers. And if it's considered appropriate, if it's used in the right context with the right audience. So, at a certain point, I chimed in with profanity and said, okay, like, can we just stop? You keep being adamant that, yes, he thinks he can do it. And Ludimir says no, like, just contact Pat, call him, send in an email, get an answer, right? Because if Pat had said, no, he doesn't think it's possible, then it starts to just give you more to think about. If he thinks it's possible, then it's like, oh, okay, let's you proceed to that next level of doing the investigation.
Okay, and who is that addressed at? You said that you weighed in with profanity and said, could we just stop? You keep being adamant that yes, he thinks he can do it, and Ludimir says no. So is the you in that Mr. Moore?
I'm talking to Gary now. Yeah. But
Okay.
again, I wasn't yelling at Gary. I wasn't swearing at Gary. I was just using, profanity as those sentence enhancers, right?
Okay. And Um, Give me one moment. Dr. Uzorowski, just, and I'm going to come back to some of the detail on other issues, but he testified that the colorful part of the meeting, using your words, was between you and Mr. Moore, and he testified that he perceived that you were standing up to Mr. Moore in some respect on the hot in place issue, that Mr. Moore wasn't happy about Dr. Uzorowski's view on using HIR on SMA, and indicated that you had the courage to say it was not suitable and agreed with Dr. Uzorowski. That the meeting was heated, profanity was used, and that it was almost angry. And he said that the profanity and anger was not addressed to him, but was between you two. Can you comment on that?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just, again, like I said, the conversations got louder. The profanity wasn't directed at each other. They were just being used as, adjectives, adverbs. So it wasn't, and it was more, listen, before we try this, let's confirm what he says. This EcoPave has done a lot of hot in place, seems to be one of the leading contractors. But again, he's out in BC. He's going to have to bid on this project if he comes out. I don't think we talked about that at the time, but it was more just what do we get? Gary was getting very frustrated, very, very frustrated. And, after the fact, I can appreciate the frustration because it turns out he was right. That Pat Wiley said, yes, he believes it could be done. So, I think that's why he was getting so upset. And all I was saying is okay, right now, we're not sure. The MTO spec says, no, don't do it. Okay. Ludomir's saying that this guy doesn't think it can be done. You say he does. Let's just clarify that. Let's just get that clarification. And then we can go to the next phase. Right.
Okay. And
so I wasn't defending Ludomir. It was just, no one was saying anything. And it gets to a point where we're circling the drain. Again, I got 30 to 40 concurrent contracts. I got to get back to work and do stuff. So can we decide? Yes, no, maybe. Let's go to that next step, right?
Okay. And just because we're talking in euphemisms and we've done that before, when you talk about using it as the profanity as an adjective and so forth rather than that, do you mean in the way of what the F are we doing here as opposed to F you? Is that the sort of?
Yeah, exactly. Yes, yeah, exactly. Well, so it's not directed at each other, right? It's again, if in our industry, I had a few colorful, spirited conversations with contractors when they don't agree with stuff, right?
No doubt. Okay, so and so on that particular issue, you indicated that you raised that you should talk to Mr. Wiley. So is that on that particular issue? Is that the resolution?
Yeah, because we said if Pat doesn't think it could be done, HIP is dead in the water. Let's proceed with we're doing the northbound in 2018, the southbound in 2019. If hot in place is an option, okay, because they talked about the other stuff we have to do. I get when you do hot in place, you don't get back, an SMA or a true super pay 12.5 FC2, but you get a mix that you get an asphalt mix that has the right characteristics to meet the needs of the road. And again, it's the cost savings, Commissioner Council, that was really driving this, because you said, okay, it's worth investigating because you're going to save that $2 to $4 million, which is quite a bit. It is a bit faster, and the other side benefits. It's faster and environmentally friendly. Because at this point, we were still looking at doing this over weekends. So that was the idea of splitting it up. So we could do it over two to 3 months in the summer of 2018 and in the summer of 2019, when it was just strictly a shave and pave. No other things being added to the project.
And would hot in place affect that schedule?
I mean, the only thing is I didn't know how long it would take to assess the asphalt. So depending how long it took to get that information back, there still was a possibility you could do the northbound in 2018. Because we had up to the end of basically, our good weather season for surface works is usually starts from about May to the end of October. You can go into November and December, but you're into the colder weather. So ideally on a road like the Lincoln Red Hill, you want to be in there in the appropriate weather times, right?
Okay. So if I unpack that, essentially it's like it could cause a delay depending on how long the investigation took of HIR.
Yeah, correct. I mean, I wasn't 100% sure what exactly would be involved, how big the samples had to be, how many. So those were details. But again, okay, let's address this once we get back the answer from EcoPave.
Okay. And do you recall Dr. Uzorowski suggesting that microsurfacing be applied if hot in place recycling was used after the HIR resurfacing took place? Yeah,
actually, you know what? I do recall him bringing that up. And again, I've told you my view on microsurfacing. And it didn't seem to make sense. So there was some discussion then, because we said it doesn't make sense. Normally in the normal hot in place process, you don't then have to microsurface it, right?
Right.
But then Ludomir, then they started talking about the aggregate friction numbers and the PSV numbers, and then Ludomir brought up that the PSV numbers for the D-mix aggregate, which is a trap rock, is low. So so like this discussion all of a sudden is going all over the place, and I'm like, whoa, are you saying that? I said, don't forget, you approved that aggregate. Now you're saying it's no good? And then Gary and Ludomir both chimed in and said, no, it's a very good aggregate. It's very strong. It's durable. It's good. And then at some point, Gary said, you know what? The friction numbers are inconclusive and no to microsurfacing after the HIP. And Ludomir and no one else in the room disagreed with that at all. So I think Ludomir brought it up, but I think it was because he's talking about, I think he's looking at the MTO specs and what they're suggesting. So is it like belt and suspenders that we need to do this to improve the, to make sure that that's the right surface that'll have the right frictional characteristics.
Well, because
it didn't seem to make sense to do microsurfacing and all the other HIP processes we have seen that, they don't say, yeah, come in and do that after you do the hot in place.
Right. But did you understand that the issue was, of course, you're recycling when you're doing hot in place recycling, you're recycling the aggregates. And if there's an issue with the frictional qualities of the aggregates, then that could cause a concern with the frictional qualities of the new pavement.
Yeah, no one said anything. Like Ludomir went through all the frictional, numbers. So it's like, yeah, dolomitic sandstone has the best PSV numbers. Trap rock is next, and then you got your limestones, right? So that makes sense, right? That's why, the trap rock and the dolomitic sandstones are your premium aggregates, and usually those are used on the high volume roads, right? But a lot of the roads within the city of Hamilton, a lot of the arterial roads just have basically limestone used as the aggregate because it's more than sufficient to meet the needs and the traffic volumes.
Okay, and you referred to Mr. Moore saying that it's inconclusive. What was he referring to?
He said the friction numbers were inconclusive, and they, from what I recall, they were talking about the aggregate friction PSV numbers. So, and again, he just said, he was like, nope, no microsurfacing after hot in place. And again, no one at the meeting said anything contrary to that. And you've seen, if I have a difference of opinion, I will speak up.
Fair enough. Dr. Uzorowski wrote in an internal Golder email reporting on the March 9 meeting he stated, and I can pull it up if you want, but I'll tell you what he wrote. I then recommended using skid abrader or shot blasting, at least the worst areas indicated in Tradewind scientific report, to improve friction of the current surface if they delay resurfacing. Marco rejected the idea for various reasons. For your information, I had recommended this treatment before when they let me know about friction concerns on the RHVP. Do you recall that discussion?
You know, I recall, I don't remember the Tradewind report being named. I don't remember hearing that name at all during the conversation. But I do recall Ludimir saying that we should do some prior to the resurfacing. And again, at this point, Commissioner Council, we're still thinking northbound in 2018 and southbound in 2019, right? So he said, you know, maybe we should do skid abrasion, shot blasting to improve the friction, you know, and I recall saying, I mean, that doesn't seem to be, seems like a waste of taxpayer dollars, not good use of the limited public funds that we have. We're going to go out, shot blast the road, and then a month or two later, I'm going to go and either hot in place or resurface it. It's like, you know, why would we do that? So I never, you know, no one ever expressed any safety concerns, any friction concerns. You know, and after I said my comment, you know, again, no one in the room said anything different to the best of my recollection, because if someone had said there was a friction or a safety concern, it would have been a totally different conversation at this point. You know, and these points about the microsurfacing and the skid abrasion, sorry, shot blasting, were coming up as the meeting's kind of, you know, winding down, right? So it's not, we didn't spend a lot of time talking about it.
Do you recall saying something to the effect that that you explained that they cannot do shot blasting because this would show the public that there was a problem with the RHV pavement, that it's admitting guilt and getting the blame?
You know what?
Saying that, or anyone else saying that? Words
no, I don't recall saying it. I don't recall anyone else saying it. I just recall saying it. It seemed like a waste of taxpayer dollars and not a good use of public funds. You know, again, we had limited dollars, and what extra was it really going to give you when we're turning around? And, you know, as the project, you know, progressed, because after PAC got back and said, yes, I think it's feasible. Okay, good. Gary was right. Let's move on. At a certain point, you know, probably by the end of May, in my mind, I'm going, this isn't happening in 2018. It's like we're going to have to do it all in 2019, because by the time we get all the results back and everything, there's just no way we're going to be able to get it done by October. So it's like, okay, it's one of the next year's 30 to 40 projects we have to deliver. And I don't recall anyone within engineering services or, you know, or Ludimir expressing any concerns about delaying the resurfacing to 2019.
Except that he was saying, as you said, that he was recommending skid abrading or shot blasting as an interim treatment. Right.
Now, and again, but my comment was, it seemed like a waste of taxpayer dollars to go and do that. No one said anything, but now as the project progresses, so again, my point is that no one brings up later in the year or at the end of the year that, oh, there's a safety concern, there's a friction concern, we need to do something. Because if those concerns had been brought up in March, Commissioner Council, there would have been a different discussion at that meeting.
Okay. Do you recall saying something to the effect, again, on the issue of the some interim treatment by skid abrading or shot blasting, something to the effect of, gee, the lawyers will have a heyday with you, to Dr. Uzorowski in response to his suggestion?
You know what? Not really. I might have been speculating when I said that during our original thing. You know, you go back again where I'd made the comment about, you know, like Ludimir said, oh, the PSV numbers on the DMIX aggregate are low, because it's a trap rock. And it's like, you approve the aggregate, like you're all over the place. It's like, okay, well, yeah, sure, let's try the HIP, but we should microsurface it. Oh, the aggregates, the numbers are low, but it's a good aggregate. It's a very strong aggregate. It's good. So it's like, I don't recall saying that comment, Commissioner Council.
You didn't say it or you don't recall it?
I don't recall saying it. I believe I said it when I did my initial testimony, but I think I was speculating at the time, say I might have said something along this line. But it wasn't in reference to, it's like, Ludemir, you're all over the place, right? Yeah, and again, I feel comfortable in saying that to Ludemir, just like I feel comfortable, using profanity with Gary. If it's used in the proper context, not directed at anyone, and within the appropriate audience, it's okay. Overuse of it, definitely not. And my relationship with Ludemir, he'd worked on us with Red Hill. He'd been working on us, with this pavement material technology review. We were actually, if you look at our asphalt specifications for super pave, we have a very good specification. I remember at one point, we weren't getting the early cracking. Once we did the changes to the specs and the tweaks, we're getting good asphalt quality from all the local contractors. And Ludemir said, at one point, would you guys mind if I share this specification with other municipalities? And it's like, yes, no, go ahead, because there's still that, the MTO is super pave, but most municipalities, there's not very many that are on super pave. A lot of them use Marshall. So, I call so Ludemir's, we've had a good working relationship. So I feel comfortable, joking with Ludemir, poking at him, and I would expect him to do the same with me. I wouldn't, if I had a concern, I would say it to Ludemir, and I would hope that he felt the same way.
Okay, so you referred to the Tradewind report, but I think you said that you don't think that he mentioned it by name at the meeting. Is that
sorry, yeah, that's correct. And again,
we talked about friction test results.
Well, yeah, from what I recall, we were talking about the aggregate friction and then the PSV numbers. I don't remember anything about I don't remember the Tradewind report coming up or the actual friction values.
Because if you'll notice his notes there indicate at point 3, SN from Tradewind Scientific, AV 35 and 38, but variable. So your evidence is that that you don't recall him talking about specific results or
I don't recall that coming up at all.
Okay. And again, it's saying that you don't recall it or that it didn't happen.
To the best of my recollection, it didn't happen.
Okay.
Again, no one said anything about a safety concern, friction concern. Again, like I said, if that had come up, it would have been a different conversation.
Well, you see on the right-hand item there under 207, the last note refers to concerns with friction numbers. Mr. Beck's note. So do you agree?
The only friction numbers
with respect to friction numbers?
The only friction numbers, I recall them in that latter discussion. It was after we were talking the microsurfacing after HIP, and then them talking about, the aggregate friction numbers, the PSV numbers, and, that's all I recall. I don't recall any other numbers. I don't recall him saying those numbers that are listed on image 76 there in points 3 and 4.
Okay, did he characterize, I'm going to back up. If he didn't mention the Tradewind report by name that you recall and didn't mention specific numbers, did he mention anything about the friction, that there were friction testing that was done and that the result, I'll start with that friction testing was done?
I don't recall that.
Okay.
You know, I kind of recall also near the end of the conversation, we talked about driver behaviors where, you know, people aren't paying attention, they drive too fast. But that wasn't just about Red Hill. You know, we talked about on Red Hill, the link, and on just regular arterial roads. You just say, you know, the world's changing. Everybody's in a rush. Nobody wants to slow down. So I kind of recall that, you know, because I always say I was fortunate in my role. I would get to use a city vehicle. So, you know, you try and be very cognizant of speed limits, you know, stop signs and things like that. You know, you have to show a good example for the public. And there's times when I'm driving on arterial roads and, you know, people are going by you and you look at your odometer and you're going 70 kilometers in a 50 zone and people are honking at you because you're driving too slow. You know, it's just that's what society seems to be turning to. So, you know, vaguely recall a, you know, quick conversation about that. And then that was the end of the meeting.
Do you recall Ms. Jacob leaving the meeting at some point?
You know what? I don't recall. You know, she may have, but I don't recall one way or the other.
Do you recall Mr. Moore leaving at some point during the meeting?
No, I thought, best of my recollection, I thought Gary was there to the end.
Okay. Commissioner, it is 3 minutes to 1. I think it's our traditional lunch break. I was wondering if this would be a good time to break.
Sure. Let's break and we'll return at 2:15.
Great. Thank you. If I could just briefly have a breakout room with council, that would be great. Thank you. We're back from lunch, Commissioner. May I proceed?
Yes, please proceed.
So, Mr. Odie, we just finished with the March 9, 2018 meeting, and we know that following that meeting, Golder made further inquiries and had further discussions with EcoPay and specifically Mr. Wiley about hot-in-place recycling, and you were included in some of these communications. And if we could pull up registrar images 76, sorry, it's overview document 8, images 76 and 77. See at the bottom of the left-hand image at paragraph 209, Dr. Zarowski on March 9, same day as the meeting, emailed Mr. Moore with his discussions about his discussions with Mr. Wiley. And then in paragraph 210, Mr. Moore responded, copying you. And then Dr. Zarowski indicated that he's more optimistic now than he was a few days ago, and they can talk about how they can adjust the mix to make HIR feasible. And then, so you get copied in, and then there's some subsequent discussions if we just move briefly to images 80 and 81, registrar. And you see in paragraph 220 there's a long email to Mr. Moore copying you and Mr. Beck on March 15th regarding hot-in-place recycling. So where did you understand what did you think was going to happen at this point in time about the hot-in-place recycling? You're being copied on these communications, and I take it this arose out of the meeting and what you said, why didn't someone talk to Mr. Wiley and figure out what's going on? Is that's sort of where this flowed from, if I understand you correctly?
Yes,
Okay.
that's correct.
All right. And so where did you understand it going from here?
Basically that we'd have to do those field samples and, look at how much beneficiary agent they had to add in, again, to see if it's feasible and are you actually going to save funds, or, would it make sense just to continue with conventional shave and pave?
All right. And did you have a sense of how long this was going to take? This investigation was going to take of time?
No, I didn't. I wasn't, if you read the email, it says that Golder would basically from reading this is like Golder's is putting in a proposal to say, here's what needs to be done if we want to investigate the use of HIP. Then I believe Gary responds back. And again, we're a municipality. Unfortunately, unless EcoPay was the only person in Ontario or the country that did hot in place, then you could sole source a contractor.
Right, that's paragraph 222 there on the right-hand image, Mr. Moore saying, yeah.
So we'd have to go to tender because there are other hot in place companies out there.
Right. All right. And then at paragraph 224 on the right-hand image, on March 27th, Dr. Zarowski emailed Mr. Beck copying you, requesting a call to discuss a presentation about HIR. And he wrote that he thought he should attend the city to discuss with Mr. Beck and with you. Did that take place? Do you recall this?
You know what? I know we had, there was another hot in place recycling contractor who came in and gave a presentation, and I don't recall who from asset management and design was there. So I don't know if that's what this was referring to, but I don't believe we had any discussions, or I don't know if Mike Beck was thinking, oh, here's another person who can do hot in place, to let Ludimir know about that.
Okay. And then just to keep the chronology, if you could take that down, registrar, and pull up an email It's Ham 64125. And this starts off the bottom. It's an email on April 30th, 2018 from Ashley Cortiula, legal assistant in legal services at the city, about the Hanson Burnett case, which is one that we briefly talked about earlier. She says, we'll require you to come in and sign the affidavit of documents on the above noted files. And she asks if you're available Thursday to meet with Dana. That's Dana Lazo. Is that right?
That's correct. I believe she pronounces it Donna, but
Sorry, Donna. I apologize. And then above there, the email, your reply is that you should be available. And it says, I do not recall sending information regarding this case. And typically, do you provide information when you're being called, when you're a deponent, or
yeah, sorry. Yes, what I would normally do was, depending what would happen, where the incident was, instead of providing all the contract drawings, if say the accident occurred around the King Street interchange, I would go back a good distance north or south of that interchange and then provide the appropriate drawings. You've seen those references to Part A, Part B, Part C, and Part D. I would actually pull out the appropriate alignment drawings, grading drawings, typical sections, pavement markings, and put it all together in one PDF. So that way you're not combing through 100 pages of drawings that aren't relevant to the particular motor vehicle accident. So in this one in particular, depending where the location was, maybe they already had drawings on file that were pertinent. So they would put that into the affidavit of documents. And then I would go in and, sign usually 3 or 4 copies, whatever, of the, you do a quick read. And, so when they included like the SEMA reports, I didn't read the SEMA reports in detail. I would turn to that tab, look at the cover. Yeah, it matches. Okay. So it was just that type of thing.
okay. So first of all, this is something that this process with affidavits of documents is one that you were familiar with, I take it, from the way you described it. It's something that you did a reasonable.
Yeah, fortunately or unfortunately, I had a lot of experience in it. So.
Okay. And then, okay, if we can mark that as an exhibit register, I think it's 141.
Noted, counsel. Thank you.
Thanks. And then if we could pull up Ham 64163. And so this is your sworn affidavit in the Burnett Hanson actions. Do you recall swearing it on the 3rd of May?
Not really, but I'm sure I did, though. Yes.
Okay. And just before we opened this, you referred to, well, I'd look at the SEMA reports and the cover and see if it matched up. It said words along those lines. Is this what you're referring to? Because in the Schedule A to this affidavit, the SEMA 2013 and 15 reports are there?
Yes, correct. And there would also be, if there were drawings, if there were photographs, police reports, maintenance and operations reports. So, you kind of doing a quick check to say, yep, okay, yep, they match. All right. But I mean, some of these documents can get pretty thick, and these were all you're signing them, and then I would physically get a copy, and then Donna would then distribute the other copies. I'm assuming to the plaintiff's lawyers and plaintiff. Depending who was involved, there'd be several copies that had to be sworn.
Of course. If we could go to images 3 and 4, please. And so we see this is the Schedule A. Lawyers will be familiar with these documents. And at item 6, we see October 2013, Red Hill Valley Parkway Safety Review by SEMA, 114 pages. And at item 11, the November 2015 Red Hill Valley Parkway Detailed Safety Analysis, SEMA, 88 pages. You see those?
Yep, I do.
Okay. And so I think you said that, it wasn't until much later, I think in 2019, that you actually reviewed the SEMA reports. Is that right? Have I gotten you correctly?
No, those references in 2019 were to the trade wind report and the SEMA. I don't know if it was a report or a memo from SEMA to the mayor. The information that had been made public.
Yes. Okay.
In the spring of 2019. So
yes.
these reports, I did not read all 114 and 88 pages of the SEMA report, but it was like, okay, if any questions come up, you basically review it then.
Okay. And is this had you seen them before this, or was this the first time that you had seen the SEMA reports?
You know what? I can't recall if this was the first one they were in, or it was a recurring theme in the discoveries. And once the trade wind report became public, if you now look at our affidavit of documents, it's like thousands of pages of information that legal's presenting to everyone. So I don't recall if this was the first time, or it may have been in other discoveries, but I can't recall.
Okay. And as the trade wind report and the Golder report are not mentioned in here, and nor are any of the other items that Dr. Uzorowski discussed, at the meeting on March 9th. Is that something that you considered?
No, because the March 9th was just to talk about hot in place and to see, if they could be used on the resurfacing of Red Hill.
No, fine, but you described that although that you did not recall a specific mention of the trade wind report or friction numbers, that there was the other tests that had been done and were discussed, like the polished stone value. There were other tests. There was British pendulum testing done, other sand patch testing. There were all those things that were done and were. And it was the one thing that you said you did not recall being raised was the trade wind report. So were those things did you consider whether those should go in the affidavit?
No, I didn't consider. Similar. We had the dip analysis, things like that. I didn't think were relevant. It depended on the nature of the accident, right?
Right. Okay. You also there had been the inquiries made in 2017 in relation to Councillor Conley's inquiries and the references to friction testing having been done at that time. That didn't occur to you either?
No. Again, I would rely on legal to pull together whatever information they wanted to present. Usually the information I was giving legal was the information I had were the drawings and specifications for Red Hill. So again, sort of the philosophy that Donna said, because every time it seemed to getting more and more, she said, I hope you don't mind that we call you as the city's witness, but because of, my background in building it, I said to Donna, if I don't attend the discovery and they're disputing the design and construction, I'll have to do it as undertakings. So I said, for me, I'd rather, if they're disputing design and construction, I'd rather spend the time, meeting with you, swearing the affidavits, and then actually doing the discovery. And then we'd have, as a city, as a corporation, there'd be less undertakings if I couldn't answer any of the questions related to, police reports, maintenance reports, or, things like the SEMA reports.
And And then a couple weeks later, a little less than that, there's a meeting on May 14th, 2018 that you attended. If we could go to overview document 9. Oh, sorry, we should make an exhibit of this. I apologize. This is HAM 64163. Exhibit 142.
Understood.
Noted, Council, thank you.
If we could go now register to overview document 9, page 10. While he's pulling that up, there was a meeting on May 14th. Mr. Beck, let's see, in paragraphs 11 and 12. In 12, Mr. Beck sent a calendar invitation to a number of people, including you, Mr. Andoga, Peruzin, Renault, Dr. Uzorowski. And in the invitation, Mr. Beck noted I was wondering if we could have a meeting to get the sampling going for the RHVP HIP resurfacing. Do you recall attending that meeting?
I don't believe I attended that meeting,
Okay.
but I do believe that I think Dennis and Tyler attended it, for construction. And Mike was just looking, okay, now we're at the point that, we're mid-May. We still have to go out and get the samples for Boulder to assess this about hot in place. Then I think before the meeting, I would have vaguely recalled saying to Dennis, well, we know for us to do it, we'd have to put out a quote. Again, depending on the value of grabbing the samples. If it's under 100 grand, we can get 3 quotes, get it done. If it's over 100 grand, we have to put it to tender. And I believe operations and maintenance was going out to do some repairs on some of the more severe dips along the ramps and mainline portions of the Red Hill Valley Parkway. So I had suggested to Dennis to say, maybe depending on the timing of that work, is that a good possibility of maybe using that to grab the samples that are required? And I believe that at this meeting, they also talked about, because again, I think when we're thinking samples at first, it was like, oh, is it a core, which is a pretty small, but I believe after this meeting, Mike was like, they were fairly large samples that had to be cut out and sent for the analysis. So it wasn't as simple as just doing cores. There was a little more work to it, and then you also had to, whatever asphalt you took out, you basically had to fill in. But it made sense to use that maintenance contract because they were basically going to go in, you would grind out and then fill in the asphalt to make it level, touch up the pavement markings, and then move on.
So you said you don't recall being at the meeting. Do you think you did not attend it at all, or you just don't recall one way or the other being there?
No, I'm pretty sure I didn't attend that meeting.
Okay. And if we could pull up the next image, as well as this one, leave this one up as well. We see Dr. Uzorowski's notes respecting the meeting, and the notes, then the last point, it says Mike is back on the 22nd. Gary, what is outstanding? Breakdown for Mike. PSV report dash inconclusive. MSCR HIR, and then PAV condition dash blasting no. And Dr. Uzorowski testified that this reflects that after Mr. Moore left the meeting, he again raised shot blasting to improve the friction in the time period before the resurfacing took place, and that either you or Mr. Beck, although he thought it was you, but it could have been either, again said no to that proposal. And I'm just putting that to you. You've already said that you don't believe you're at the meeting. So I take it you would say you did not say that?
Yeah, that's correct.
Or does that refresh your memory? Does that refresh?
Yeah, at the time we weren't doing virtual meetings, so I wasn't in attendance there.
And then we know Mr. Moore retired as the Director of Engineering Services in May 2018. And as you said, you reported to Mr. McGuire after that. Is that right?
Yes. Yeah, there was a competition, and I think Gord started. I think when Gary had left, Gord, it was announced that Gord was our new Director of Engineering Services.
Okay. And how did their management styles compare?
I mean, I didn't really pay too much attention to it. Gary had a lot more technical background. So does Gord, but Gord it's more in relation to surveying, geomatics, the use of different computer programs. But Gary was more, he understood construction and what was involved in building the infrastructure. So I mean, it was just a matter of really just giving Gord more background information. But in terms of style, they were relatively the same. I don't know. I think Gord was trying to learn what the other sections were doing. But I mean, I found Gord. I didn't have any issues working with Gary, and I didn't have any issues working with Gord. Yeah, I told him, I said, I'm glad someone within engineering services got it. And I'm here to make you look good. So, I operate pretty fast. We have to make a lot of quick decisions. I'll keep you in the loop. I do a lot of things verbally. I'll follow up with emails later. And I always said, if you don't like what I'm doing, you got to let me know. Don't wait, for a meeting 3 months later and tell me, we shouldn't have done something, right? But I found Gord similar styles, maybe slightly different, right? Gord was with Gord, maybe I'd have to give him more, maybe emails and background, whereas Gary, I could just explain things. I think a lot of that had to do as well because when PO requisitions had to be signed, by the general manager, Dan had come from the water industry, which is very heavily regulated. They always look at things like root cause, what caused it, is there something you can change? So, Gord would usually want a written background on why we were, increasing a purchase order. And a lot of that was just to provide more explanation to the higher ups. So when they were signing something, they understood, why something happened, and, and is it a one-off? Is there something you can correct?
If we go to overview document 9, still in there, I guess, and then it's images 15 and 16, please, just a few pages on. And beginning at paragraph 23 on May 25th, 2018, so a couple of weeks after the meeting that we were just speaking of that you indicated you didn't attend, Nicole O'Reilly, a reporter at the Hamilton Spectator, emailed Mr. Moore regarding an updated contact for RHVP inquiries. And she says, I was looking for an update on the asphalt testing on the RHVP and what's happening with plans to shave and pave. Hoping you can connect me with the right person to answer questions around this. And then Mr. Moore forwards that to Jasmine Graham in communications, and passes it on. And then Ms. Graham then emails Mr. McGuire in paragraph 26 about the status of the rehabilitation and the Spectator's request. And he indicates, we're waiting for a new technology called Hot in Place. Markawati may have some insights. Will be in soon. She forwards in paragraph 27 his response to you. And your response is at the top of the image on the right there. And If we could go to ham 53161, that's the emails themselves. So at the top, and so this is the chain and that I was just speaking of, and then at the top of the right-hand image, you indicate that we, meaning asset management, design, construction, and a geotechnical consultant, are reviewing the hot in place asphalt recycling technology to see if it's an option for our HVP mainline resurfacing. The ramps will be resurfaced using traditional mill and pave option. The Ministry of Transportation is undertaking a trial hot in place resurfacing project this summer in Northern Ontario. We should know by late summer, early fall, how we will move forward on our project. And then in the left-hand image, Ms. Graham on May 29th asked if we could provide this information to the spec. And you indicate that we should probably respond that the RHVP resurfacing is planned for 2019 and that more information should be available later this fall. This would avoid questions regarding hot in place technology and its use / not use. And so why did you want to not provide information about of that sort at that time?
It was more, again, we're at the end of May. We hadn't taken the samples yet. So I thought the likelihood of resurfacing in 2018 is going to be pretty tough. And it was more to say, well, like we're going to resurface the road. So if that's what, if that's what they're looking for, then you just say it's going to be moved to 2019 because we're looking at different options. And what I didn't want to mention the hot in place because it's like, oh, and then it's like, oh, now I have to answer more questions, right? Whereas, so this is where I was saying to, if this, if Gary is still the director.
Mr. Odie froze. Hopefully this will be brief like the other ones. Okay. We
Your
can
call where, because you could update me where we were and then I.
Yeah, you finished off saying it's yeah. What I didn't want to mention the hot place because then it's like, oh, now we have to answer more questions, right? So this is where I'm saying Gary is still the director, and that's where it cut off.
Sorry, yeah. If Gary was the director, he'd be able to provide those responses. Gord is new, doesn't, so it's either myself or I'd be. And the hot in place, I don't know much about it. I'd probably be referring it to design to follow up. But it was sort of like, well, we're resurfacing next year. That's all that really matters. If that's what the spec is looking for. Does the spec care how exactly we resurface it? Because again, at this point, all right, if it's going to next year, all right, when are we going to do it? Are we going to do it in May, June, July, August? We're going to do June, July, August, September, over the weekends, right? Still details to work out. So, high level response is just, yes, the resurfacing has now been moved to 2019.
Okay. And then at the top, Ms. Graham responds to you, copying Mr. McGuire. The reporter is also looking for the results of asphalt testing. And if we could then go to ham 53162. There we go. Yeah, so this is a continuation of it. Of that email you see at the bottom of that image is the email we just looked at from Ms. Graham, but looking for the asphalt testing. Diana Cameron replies to that, or not to Ms. Graham, but to you and Mr. McGuire, saying Gary uploaded a lot of Red Hill files in ProjectWise under the Director's Office, Engineering Services. Not sure if the pavement testing is there, but I know it was Golder who did it. And then shortly after, she replies again that she came across something else from Golder and provides the link to, it says PMTR report in the S drive. So what did you understand the request for the results of asphalt testing or pavement testing to be?
I don't know if she was referring to the original, like when we placed it. So not 100% sure. And then when Diana refers to that PMTR, that's the pavement material technology review,
Yep.
which really has nothing to do with Red Hill. That's looking at, all our super pave, right? That could have been phase 1 of the report of the assignment.
Yeah. Okay. Did it occur to you at that point that it was anything about, especially the reference to Golder, but about friction testing?
No, because it says asphalt testing. So I wasn't, and then again, we had done dip analysis. So I wasn't 100% sure what Jasmine was looking at. I don't know if I replied an email or I may have even called Jasmine, or depending on the day, the time, might have stopped by and talked to her at her desk, but I don't recall having any conversations about the asphalt testing. I remember later there was, I think under the FOI inquiries, they were asking for the asphalt testing from when the asphalt was originally placed. But, we would have, if we had any, they would have been paper copies up in the old Red Hill files.
And
I mean, that's something I Commissioner Council, if I could mention, like with Red Hill, it was also because it was an older project. We didn't store everything in the corporate drives. There was a lot of paper, and we had structures for the different, for the designs, for the contract tenders. So there were paper files as part of the Red Hill Valley project office.
right, going back to construction, and so the
Correct. Construction, design, the approvals,
Okay. Did you have access to the director's folder in ProjectWise that Ms. Cameron referred to?
I don't believe I did. I never would have tried going into it.
Okay.
Oh, but if that's that drive, I may have access, because that's the S drive is a
No, not the S drive. It's in the middle email where she says.
oh, sorry, yeah, the ProjectWise
Gary,
folder. No, I don't know. I don't know. Like there are with ProjectWise, you can put protection on who can read what, who can open what, who's allowed to what if are you able to extract documents, that who can actually place documents. So it's a pretty it's a document management system, right?
No, I know. We talked about that. Did I understand you correctly that you don't think you had, you said, I don't believe you had access, but in any event, you didn't try going in to check. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. And what about in the S drive folder? Did you go into that? I mean, you already talked about that the PMTR report was not.
No, I
going to have a look.
No, I know I wouldn't have, because looking at it, knowing the PMTR had nothing to do with Red Hill, I wouldn't have checked it out.
All right. And did you have any involvement in the sampling that was done for the HIR testing for the research?
No, sorry, no, I didn't. I believe Mike Beck coordinated that with our operations group.
If we could go to in the same, back to overview document 9, image 59. And I guess 59 and 60. Maybe go to 61, 62. Oh yeah, okay. Right, so the pages we were just looking at there was an audit services email from Mr. Pellegrini, and which then Mr. McGuire forwards in paragraph 139 to you, and then Ms. Waite, Ms. Jacob, Mr. Lamont, and Gavin Norman with a copy to Ms. Cameron, and then ask some questions about it. Do you recall this email and the audit inquiry?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And was there anything about this that was unusual?
For me, no. Sorry, I apologize.
Go ahead.
Okay. For me, no. Our group, the construction section, it seemed like about every 2 to 3 years, Dominic Pellegrini or someone who worked in his office would come down and say, okay, we'd like to audit certain contracts. So we'd give them, there's a lot of paper information. So we would give them the books, the diaries, and any information they need so that they would go through. So I was used to getting audited. It was sort of, like I said, it seemed to happen every 2 to 3 years. I don't know, perhaps Gord's section had never been audited, so this was new to him. And I knew Dominic had come down earlier and was asking questions, and a lot of it, the way he informed me was that, it was a follow-up. I can't remember the report that was done about basically early cracking on MTO roads. So there was a firm that had done that report, and Dominic was really curious to look at if we were getting that with our super pave asphalts. And during this whole value for audit money, he wanted to gather data from projects from 14, to 16. And I said, Dominic, I already know, because Golders had done the PMTR report. I said, basically, yes, we improved the asphalt. It got better. In 16, the QA person we had was an older gentleman who didn't really care about air voids. So I said, Dominic, I just want to give you that heads up that if you come and tell me that, we had a lot of air void failures and we never dealt with them, because I was always told everything was fine. That was addressed in the third phase of the PMTR, and we had a new QA person that started.
Okay. I'm actually just catch up because it's more detailed than we need on that point. Yeah, what I want.
My apologies.
That's okay.
So it wasn't unusual for audit to come in and check our work.
That I got. Thank you. In Mr. McGuire's email, and this is August 24th, 2018, same as the email from Mr. Pellegrini, at the bottom of the left-hand image, he asks the recipients to read it, confirm you've read it by replying to myself and Diana. We'll address the next managers meeting. Then he says, as well, somehow the original message got to Gary Moore. Do not forward this message beyond this circulation list. My main concern is that the auditor was on the floor and talking with staff about our programs without my office having any knowledge of this inquiry. Do you know anything about his concern about audit services attending and asking questions without his knowledge? I think you were referring to audit had been down earlier. Is that what you were referencing?
Yeah. I know Dominic, I think, had come down on a couple of different occasions and was talking to different staff. So And again, for our section, it wasn't unusual, so I didn't think anything of it. Just trying to steer him to say, great, maybe look at some of our new data that we've collected because we've made some good improvements.
Okay, and then what about the part about Mr. Moore? Did you know anything about that, about the original message getting to Mr. Moore?
Yeah, no, I didn't really, yeah, I didn't, I mean, this, again, to me, the audit thing is not unusual. Dominic had told me they were going to do this value for audit money to see how our asphalt was performing. And then I just said to him, we're not getting the premature cracking. And we've made it better with the 2017 spec changes, which were implemented in 2018.
All right, if we could go then back to images 53 and 54. At the bottom of the left-hand image, see on August 27th, 2018, Dr. Uzorowski emailed Mr. Beck attaching the trade wind report. So that's on August 27, 2018. Were you aware of the trade wind report by that point in time?
I don't believe so, no.
Did Mr. Beck tell you about it at any point?
I recall him mentioning it, but I can't remember if it was late 2018 or it might have even been in 2019. Because again, we were preparing for the tender. And he just mentioned that he got the trade wind report, but we didn't talk about details, didn't talk about results, anything like that. And at that point, I believe it was sometime in 2019, you know, as we're prepping to get the tender out to do the resurfacing. So I didn't pay much regard to it.
Do you mean before or after the issues in this inquiry came to light in early February of 2000?
I believe it would have been just before.
Okay, but in 2019?
I believe, but again, I'm really,
Okay.
I vaguely remember him mentioning that Vimy had sent him a copy because I believe it was Vimy who had sent him the copy because I believe he was dealing with Vimy to do the sampling and testing for the hot in place.
Was it in the context of the of the resurfacing that he was mentioning this to you though? I think that's what you were saying.
No, I think we were talking about the, you know, about at that point when we talked about this, the hot in place had been ruled out, right? So we might have been talking about what type of asphalt to put on the mainline highway. Because again, there's basically only two types of asphalt you'd use. It's either stone mastic asphalt or SMA 12.5 FC2. So I remember us speaking, saying, it might be a good idea to use, we're going to put it on the ramps anyway. Why don't we put it on the shoulders, put it on the main line so we have one mix the contractor has to do a design mix for. It'll be easier. He's producing one mix. And we can then, we could look at maybe using hot in place because it, can be done on 12.5 FC2. And I had said to Mike at that time that, I'll reach out. I know the ministry had been doing some shave and paves on the QEW, the 403. And I said, I'll reach out to the contact I had at MTO just to see, he'd be able to tell me what, he's the area construction engineer. He would tell me what.
Sorry, what does that have to do with the trade wind report and him telling you that he received it?
Yeah, I don't know. He just told me he got it from there. So I'm sorry. I'm just giving you background as to.
And I'm trying to understand why he's telling you that. What is the context? What was the significance that caused him to tell that to you? Was it possibly in the context of the decision about using HIR or not?
I can't recall.
All right. If we go to keep 54 up and pull up 55, please. On paragraph 128. Sorry, 129. 129, I apologize. This is on August 30th. Mr. McGuire emails you and a number of others under the subject line RHVP road material testing and reports. And this is a few days after Mr. Beck received the trade wind report. And he wrote, prior, this is the top of 55. Maybe we can expand that at the top of 55. Prior to asking Gary, are there copies of the asphalt testing reports that reviewed the material on the RHVP? I believe there were samples sent overseas for testing. Please advise if you have copies that we can use in the assessment of the hot in place review and RHVP/link works underway. Let me know one way or the other if you have these, please. Do you recall replying, or there's no email that we've seen of this on this?
Yeah, I might have, I don't recall replying. I just might have told Gord that I don't have any of those reports and to check with either design or asset management.
Did you know what reports he was talking about other than asphalt testing reports?
No, he's just looking for any reports, and there were, Golders had assignments, and so he's just looking for any information. Again, I'm not sure why he's asking for it, but I would have thought that asset management and design had the information that they needed, but I think again, the big thing was to get the information back from Golders as to, how far do we have to mill down and how much beneficiary agent do we have to add? Is it economically feasible to do hot in place? Because again, my understanding is that the cracking was still up in the top 40 mils.
If we could go to image 73. Paragraph 174, you see that on September 10th, Ms. Cameron sent a calendar invitation to Mr. McGuire, Mr. Beck, and you titled Discuss Asphalt Audit, scheduled for 30 minutes on September 11th. And then there's some further emails between Mr. McGuire and Mr. Beck that you're involved in. Did you recall if you attended a meeting on?
I believe I attended. I think that would have been like a meeting in his office, I believe.
Do you recall do you have any specific recollection of the discussion?
Not really, but again, the PMTR report was, I think Gord was asked if it was ever presented to council. I know once we had switched to Masker, kind of the presentations that Ludimir had prepared, I don't think we shared them with council, but I know we shared them with there's an association of the contractors who bid on our projects called the Hand Association. So it's just, again, the pavement material technology review reports, it was done in 3 phases. And it was basically assignments that Gary had given to Golder for improving our super pave asphalt. It had nothing to do with Red Hill or hot in place.
We go to images 135 and 136. In paragraph 324 in the left-hand image, there's a calendar appointment and an agenda for a meeting on November 26th, 2018, sent from Sarah Vala about the resurfacing of the Red Hill and asking for people to attend. And he refers to the core team that would be closely involved and impacted by the resurfacing. What was your role with respect to the resurfacing?
Basically, it was another one of the 30 to 40 tenders that we delivered in 2019. So in our normal process with asset management and design, we would provide input to specifications, if any like changes that need to be made, review drawing reviews. At this point, though, I think what they're trying to do, because the project had also now gone from, well, it's not just resurfacing, operations, was talking about updating the guide rail end treatments to the new MASH standard. MASH is I believe it stands for Manual for Assessing Safety Hardware. It's a new way of, basically guide rail has changed because vehicles have changed. So this project was getting bigger now. And Mr. Valla wanted so basically I believe Dennis Peruzin, who's our senior project manager, would have been part of the core team. And again, any input that I could help, I know I took Sarath out on a drive. I said I have a city vehicle equipped with lights, so it's safe. We'll drive on the shoulder, and reviewed the dip and bump analysis to just confirm everything and to make sure that stuff was all picked up in the resurfacing contract.
And at this point, what was your understanding of the status of the HIR investigation and the decision about using it or not for the resurfacing?
At this point, I think we were back to that it was just going to be a traditional shave and pave, but we were still looking at delivering this over, shutting down the, one direction over a weekend and working on that. So we were looking at trying to get this work done over 4 months.
In 2019 at this point?
Yeah, in 2019, yeah.
And do you know who made the decision to go with the traditional shave and pave?
I can't recall. I don't know if it was anyone in particular or if it was just once we got the results back from Golders, it was like, okay, consensus is like we're going too deep, we're adding too much rejuvenating. So it wasn't economical to do the hot in place. So all the things that made it attractive, now we couldn't do.
But did you see the results of that report?
No. I think I was just told verbally about them by probably by Mr. Beck.
Okay.
And again, because I think at this point, we're it's like, okay, and again, the scope is growing, so it's okay. You need to get all this information. Is there funding? And it has to go in the tender, right?
Do you recall when Mr. Beck told you that?
No, I don't. And again, I don't know if it was Mr. Beck, if it was Gord, or if it would have been Rick or Erica, who are in asset management.
No, fair enough. But you just said that it was probably by Mr. Beck.
More than likely would have been Mike. Mike at this point, I think, was handing over the project, and Sarath was basically going to get. Now we're down, and I also remember giving Sarath. I'm old school. I had the paper copies of the parts A, B, C, D. So I gave those contract documents to Sarath because there's things in there called the quantity sheets. So I said, here's the links where they are in the corporate drive. You don't have to calculate the quantities. They're all here. It's all listed in the Q sheets. So I'd done something similar. And actually, it was Mike Beck at the time who'd done the link tender. So I'd given Mike the link paving drawings. So it saved them time from doing the calculations of how much asphalt was in each lift.
Okay, if we could go to HAM 62010. This is image. If we go to image 3, please. And see in the last paragraph there about, this is an email from Berdina McNeil in the Legal Services Division. And it's not copied to you, but she writes, and this is dated, sent on December 10th. Now the very last paragraph. Anyway, the one at the bottom there. Finally, please note Marco Odi, Manager Construction Services Roads, was examined for discovery on Friday, December 7th in the Hanson and Burnett matter and gave answers as to the state of the RHVP. I do not know what his answers were, but they would bind the city. Do you recall being examined for discovery in the Hanson and Burnett matter on December 7, 2018?
Yeah, I vaguely recall that one.
Okay. This was a collision between King and Greenhill. Recall that?
Yep.
Yep. Okay. You could take that down, please. Have you reviewed the transcripts from that examination?
No, I haven't.
You didn't read them in preparation for today, is that right?
Yeah, I wouldn't have them. They would have been paper copies, right? And I didn't see them in the overview documents.
No.
But I do recall this one because it was one where they were, the plaintiff's lawyer was, I believe the SEMA report was saying how many, there was a lot of, the Red Hill seemed to have more accidents compared to MTO roads. And I said, I didn't prepare this study. I don't know what highways are they comparing Red Hill to all the provincial highways. The ministry has, it's not really fair to compare Red Hill and the link to, well, the link's pretty straight. You can compare it to a QEW. So I said, this is statistics. So I don't know what data they used from the ministry, but if I wanted to compare apples to apples, I would say, look at Highway 403 going through Hamilton, look at Highway 406 in St. Catharines, look at the Don Valley Parkway in Toronto, similar highways that are, have curving, winding alignments, and look at those accident statistics. So I kind of remember, jousting with the lawyer about that. And there was also discussions about guide rail, I believe, in it as well.
Okay, so if we could go to HAM 64297. And Commissioner, we don't have the discovery transcript, just while it's being pulled up, we don't have the discovery transcript itself for today it's subject to the motion before your designate respecting the city's assertion of privilege, which was yesterday. And so I'm not able to ask any questions about the transcript, and I'm going to ask questions based on a passage in the summary of December 18, 2018 from Dana Lazo, who Mr. Odie's already referred to Diana Sabatos in Risk Management Services. And most of this has been redacted as it deals with personal information and so forth. If we could go to images 10 and 11. And there's a description of the examination that took place, and some of the stuff I think that you've already referred to are mentioned there, but a guardrail, posted speed, and so forth, and then in the last bullet, it says, on the question of friction testing, Marco testified that it is done as part of the maintenance and performance of the roadway. Overall, the roadway is functioning as it was intended. However, the city cannot prevent people from going over the speed limit and creating accidents. And do you recall specifically answering questions about friction testing?
You know what? I vaguely remember them asking about friction testing, and I said I wasn't aware of any friction testing. And it's not usually done by the city. So I did not say that it's done as part of the maintenance and performance of the roadway. I would have said that, I'm not aware of, I know the city doesn't have a friction management program, and I'm not aware of any municipality in Ontario that has one.
Okay.
I may have said the road is functioning as it was intended. And, the comment about I can't, because I remember the plaintiff's lawyer was saying, here's a high prone area, you should put guide rail. And I said, if I have to worry about people, not driving properly, I'd have to have guide rail all over the whole city everywhere. Because unfortunately, accidents happen. Sometimes it's medical, sometimes it's due to excess speed, sometimes, alcohol's involved or drugs. So, so I might have said something similar to that, but I did not say that friction testing is done by operations and maintenance. I can't recall if he asked, who would, if you were to do it, who were to do it. I may have said something because, if you're going to do friction testing.
So I don't want you to speculate.
Sorry, but I'm totally speculating, but I know I didn't say that.
Okay,
First
thank you.
one for sure.
All right, thank you very much. All right, Commissioner, I was hoping to be done by the break. I have very little left, maybe at the most 10 minutes. And from the estimates from council, I don't anticipate any issue being done by the end of the day. But it's 3:15, so perhaps this would be the good time for the break.
Okay.
And maybe rather than breaking out, unless we'll be fine unless council have a revised estimate for any of them. If anyone has a no, okay.
Okay, well, then let's take a break. We'll return at 3:30.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We are back. May I proceed, Commissioner?
Yes. Please proceed.
Thank you. Just Commissioner and Registrar, that last document, we do need to mark as an exhibit, which is HAM 64297. And that would be 143, I believe.
Noted, Council. Thank you.
Mr. Odie, when was the first time that you saw the trade wind report?
I believe it would have been, it was at a preparing for a discovery in November of 2019. It was for an accident around the Mud Street interchange. Because at that point, all these, everything became public.
Well, sorry, it was things became public in early February 2019.
Correct. Sorry, yeah, it was, so now it was referred to in the, in the documents, right?
Yeah, so and you referred earlier to a SEMA memo, and then the trade wind report was publicly on February 7th. So did you see it at that time?
I would have gotten the email, but I didn't read them at that time.
Okay. And was that also the first time that you saw the SEMA February 4th, 2019 memo? Did you read it at the time that was released to the public?
No, I didn't read them. I didn't read any of those documents until the discovery in November of 2019.
Okay. And did you ever discuss the trade wind report with Mr. Moore?
No, I didn't.
And if we could go to overview document 9, image 344, please. And this is at paragraph 850. You sent 3 calendar invitations on dated February 5th, 2019, and they were titled Tyler Friction Testing Info, but they don't identify a recipient. And then the appointments were scheduled for February 11, February 19, and March 19. Do you know what these are about? Do you recall?
No, I don't. I know what I would do is if I use my Outlook calendar as my to-do list. So I would put in a lot of times there would be appointments, which would either be half hour or no time. It would be from 8 in the morning till 8 in the morning. The subject would be, the status would be free. So that way it was my way of doing a to-do list rather than setting it up. I know there's other things you can do within Microsoft Office, but I said instead of opening another program, Outlook is always open. I can always look at my calendar.
Okay,
I don't know, I don't ever recall speaking to Tyler about it after I asked Tyler after the initial interviews just to see if did we ever have a meeting to discuss friction testing? Because I couldn't recall it.
Okay, so your purpose then, as you've explained it, would have been essentially a reminder for you to talk to Tyler Renault about friction testing info. That's the first thing here. Is that fair?
Yeah, and why I would have been talking to Tyler about friction testing, I don't know.
Okay.
I can't recall if it was, I don't know if, I know Gord had talked about doing friction testing before we resurfaced. And I think they wanted to do it after as well. So it could be related to that. I really don't know.
All right. The last thing I want to ask you about is an anonymous letter that was sent to the city auditor, received on March 22nd, 2019, and this is at RHV 890. As I said, March 22nd, 2019. Have you read this letter in at least preparing for your testimony?
Yes, I saw the version that was in the overview documents.
Yeah. Okay. And did you write this letter?
No, I did not.
Do you know who wrote this letter?
No, I don't.
Right. And then if we could go to the second page, image 2, there are a number of quotes attributed to Mr. Moore on that page. And if you could expand that, the italicized comments. Just going to ask you a few questions about these. Are any of these things that you heard Mr. Moore say?
No.
Okay, so if you didn't hear Mr. Moore say them word for word, did you hear him say things along those lines for any of those particular quotes that are given?
The third one, he would say something similar to that once in a while, but usually
that's when I want your opinion. I'll tell you what it is.
correct. Yeah, but that it was usually done in a joking thing. He'd say like, "Hey, it doesn't say director on your door," you know. But the other ones, no.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions. Thank you, Mr. Odie. Commissioner, I know that counsel for Golder, Ms. Roberts, will have questions, and I know counsel for the city of Hamilton will as well. And so I think Ms. Roberts, given the time estimate, would go first. I don't. And just
I've lost you.
Lost me. Can others hear me?
I can hear you now. Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
I don't know if it was your computer or mine. I apologize.
I just wonder if counsel for Dufferin and the MTO, if they have any questions, just could you let us know?
I can confirm that MTO has no questions.
Mr. Buck?
And I'll confirm that Dufferin has no questions.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
So I think then Ms. Roberts for Golder first, and followed by Ms. Talebi for the city.
Thank you. Mr. Odie, whoops. Not sure what's happened. We're missing, okay, I think we're good. Commissioner, may I be in? Mr. Odie, we met briefly in the spring, and I'm counsel for Golder, and I do have a number of questions for you. First of all, I just want to go to a point. You said during your testimony today that your understanding was that the cracking that was observed on the Red Hill was in the top 40 millimeters. And I take it that you would know that from cores that were taken on the Red Hill?
Yes, that's correct.
And you knew that cores were taken by Golder as part of the 5-year review?
Yes. Yeah, I thought they did I thought they did cores a couple of times, not just after the 5-year review.
Well,
I can't. I thought they did some cores later on as well.
As part of the bump and dip analysis you're suggesting?
Yeah, perhaps, or maybe I don't recall specifically, but.
Okay, certainly samples were taken very late in the chronology in 2018 for the hot in place, but I think the evaluation of top-down cracking goes back to the Golder report that work that was done in 2013.
14. Okay.
Um,
Yeah, maybe they mentioned it from the samples. I don't recall.
well, that's what I want to get at. So your recollection that you've testified to today is that there was top-down cracking, and your understanding was that the first 40 millimeters. Do I have that right?
That's correct. That was my understanding at the time, yes.
Okay, and here's my question to you. From whom did you understand that?
I can't recall if it was Gary or even Ludimir who might have said it.
Sorry, I did want to interrupt. Mr. Odie seems to be frozen for us. I don't know if it's just us or if everyone else is.
Us too.
Okay.
Am I back?
So we can hear you, but we can't see you. You're frozen.
Oh, okay. Well, my video is on. I just don't know if there's a delay. Is it back now?
No,
Nope.
you're still frozen, sir.
Still frozen? Okay.
Could we have you just turn your camera on and off, Mr. Odie? That might help.
Yeah. Is that any better?
Magic.
Oh, there you go. Sorry, it must be the metal plate in my head that keeps messing up the signals.
Okay, so I asked you from whom did you know that, and you said it Gary Moore. It might have been Ludimir, but you understood that it was the top-down cracking was, and how deep that top-down cracking was important to the question of whether water was getting into the deeper layers of the perpetual pavement.
Oh, yes, definitely. I mean, top-down cracking is normal wear and tear. It gets concerning if we had and it happens. It starts to happen at the 5-6 year mark, and if we had a crack sealing program in the city, that it would have been nice to have that. That way, you could have preserved the life of the asphalt even further.
Right. Okay. So if it were the case that in fact the cracking had gone down through the first two lifts, that would be something that you would have wanted to know. That's correct.
It would have been nice to know, and I know there was that stress strain gauge that was installed around the Queenston, just north of Queenston Road. So again, that was another indicator: is the perpetual pavement doing what it's supposed to do, right? And I believe Ludimir was looking at that data for at least the first 5 years. I don't know what happened after, but
let's just stay on the topic of the top-down cracking, sir.
My apologies.
Would it surprise you to know that in fact Golder reported in the Golder report of 2014 that cracking had gone down 2 layers in at least some of the cores that it tested?
Oh, I wasn't aware of that. But I mean, it can happen.
No, the question is whether you knew that.
No, I didn't. I wasn't aware of that fact.
And you're gonna have to forgive me for jumping around. I'm going to really try not to be repetitive, but it does mean I'm going to move around. I want to go forward in the evidence to 2017. And Registrar, can you please go to Overview Document 7, Image 192, page 568? Right. So on August 15, 2017, Mr. Moore emailed Ms. Crawford, who I understand is at Shillington's, and we can go to that, the Red Hill friction report, the trade wind report. Can we just register? Can we just go to the footnote 593, which is Is that a document you've got, or it may not have been called up?
Sorry, Council, which document are you?
Sorry, let's just look at it. It's 569. Mr. Moore attached a copy of the trade wind report to his email. Do you see that, Mr. Rhodey?
No, sorry, I see the 568 and 569 comments. Yes, I do.
Okay. And we just went to it, but the Gary Lash pleadings, perhaps we can go to Golder 7514. It's a third-party claim. Can you please go to the last page of that document? Registrar, are you able to turn to the last image? Thank you. So you'll see, thank you. So you'll see, Mr. Odie, that Shillington's was counsel for the city of Hamilton on that proceeding. Did you remember that?
I see it now. Yes, I wouldn't have recalled that though.
All right. Well, but you worked with Shillington's in the defense of motor vehicle claims against the city of Hamilton, did you not?
Yeah, again, it's whoever risk management or legal assigns to it. So right. I don't choose the firms.
I'm not suggesting you do, but on this case, the Gary Lash litigation, which you've testified about already, Shillington's was counsel. Is that true?
Yes, yeah, and they might have even been the counsel on one previous to the Gary Lash one.
Okay, I'm just challenging. So we know that Shillington's has the trade wind report. Shillington's is counsel for Hamilton on a number of claims against the city of Hamilton. And you said that you didn't see the trade wind report until 2019. Are you saying that the trade wind report was not included in the affidavit of documents for any of the cases in which you were the witness for Hamilton?
Yeah, it only started being once it became public in the spring of 2019. Anything after that date, it would have been included. But anything prior to, we weren't aware it existed, so it wasn't presented. I don't know the date of this Gary Lash. I believe that's how you say it. What the date of this was, but usually these documents are signed, in advance of the discovery. So I don't know the date and the date from that email that you'd showed me previously from Shillington's and Gary Moore. And I don't even recall who the lawyer's name from Shillington's that I was dealing with.
That's fine. It was August 15, 2017 that Shillington's has it. And that although the claim is originally issued in 2014, I think it's 2016 that the third-party claim is. Can you, Registrar, can you please go to the second image in this document? Oh, so it's 2014 it's issued. Okay. You talked about testifying in it. So let me just say, so until the trade wind report was public, it wasn't part of the affidavits of documents produced on behalf of the city of Hamilton. Do I have your testimony right?
That's correct.
Thank you.
In any discoveries that I was involved in anyway. I wasn't necessarily at every single discovery for accident in Red Hill.
I'm not suggesting you were, sir, and my question was confined to those in which you were the witness for a city of Hamilton. Registrar, you can take this down. Thank you. Can we please go to overview document 8, image 67, 186? Okay, this is the first invitation for the February 23 meeting about the masker specification. If I understand your evidence, you testified that you remembered there was a discussion about the masker specification, but you didn't recall whether you were a participant in the side meeting that was held on that day. Do I have your evidence correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Commissioner, I'm going to have to ask for leave to raise a document that isn't in the list of documents that we provided to all counsel in advance. And I frankly didn't realize that this was an issue until listening to the testimony of the witness today. It's Hamilton 62425. Mr. Lewis, Mr. Lewis is up.
Have you given this to other counsel? Or,
I
or
did
given
over
notice
the
of this to other counsel?
I did over the break.
Over the break. Okay.
I don't have any objection to it.
Mr. Commissioner, we don't have any objection to it either.
Okay, that's all I was going to ask, whether any counsel had any objection. If there being no objection, let's proceed.
Thank you. And is there a way of showing that in a native format so that you can see the invitations, Registrar?
Sorry, Council, 1 second. I'll open it in a native.
Thank you. Thank you, Registrar. So, Mr. Beck, this is an Outlook invitation issued by Claudio Leon to Mr. Beck, yourself, and Tyler Renault. And the invitation says, I just spoke with Ludimir and he suggested to meet prior to the presentation on Friday to go over a few things. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Does that refresh your memory as to whether you attended a side meeting on February 23?
Not really. I don't remember going over anything besides the whole masker presentation.
Okay.
Um,
Thank you.
and I'm almost certain I would have. I remember seeing the presentation from Ludimir, whether it was at this meeting or another meeting. Because we did use it eventually to present to the Hand Association and to let everyone know that we were switching to masker graded asphalt cement.
Right. So I'm just going to stick to the side meeting right now, Mr. Rody.
I don't recall attending the side meeting.
Thank you. Registrar, can we please go to overview document 8, image 69? In 192, can you please call out that? So this is the calendar invitation for the March 9 meeting.
Mm-hmm.
Calendar invitation, and you are included as one of the invitees. Do you see that?
Yes.
And again, the invitation includes an introduction to the topic. It says further to the presentation on Friday. Thank you. Thanks, Ludimir. We had a side discussion afterwards regarding hot in place on the RHVP. It sounds like there will be some challenges with this approach that we need to discuss moving forward. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
All right. And does that refresh your memory as to the discussion about hot in place that took place on February 23?
Yeah, I don't believe we had the discussion before, and I don't recall, I don't recall talking about hot in place that day.
Okay. Can we please go just take down the call out registrar? Thank you. We go to 193. Can you please call out paragraph 193? Okay, so this is a reply, Dr. Uzarowski, to Mike Beck, and I acknowledge that you were not included in the reply. But he seems to be the case that Dr. Uzarowski is saying, as discussed and requested after Friday's presentation, I contacted Pat Wiley, the president of EcoPave Asphalt Recycling. Pat does a lot of HIR in BC and will likely be doing some HIR for MTO in Thunder Bay this area this year. Pat has never done HIR recycling on SMA and thinks that perhaps this is not feasible. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And so when you recalled that one of the outcomes to the March 9 meeting was that there was an agreement to recontact Mr. Wiley, I suggest to you that in fact that was an outcome for the February 23 email, first and foremost.
No, there was a pretty colorful discussion. Gary was getting very frustrated during the March meeting because he had a totally different recollection of the conversations with Pat that Ludomir did.
Okay.
So it definitely wasn't at the February meeting.
Well, wait a second. It appears as discussed and requested after the Friday's presentation.
Mm-hmm.
That suggests, it reads, frankly, that Dr. Uzarowski was requested to contact Pat Wiley on February 23. Do you agree with that?
Oh yes, but I guess that would have been through his conversations with Mike. I don't know who else would have stayed around for that hot in place discussion.
Okay, you're saying that you don't recall.
Yeah, no, I don't recall. And I'm pretty sure when we checked this email, I wasn't included in it.
You're not. I'm not suggesting otherwise. Okay.
Right.
So I think there are two questions with the hot in place I'm going to suggest to you. The first is whether anyone has done hot in place of SMA. And the second one was whether it would be feasible.
I'm not aware of, I would have to actually talk to the contractors, but I'm not aware of anyone doing any hot in place on SMA. I know it has been done, in Ontario. I'm not sure how much the MTO did it. I'm not aware of other municipalities. The region before the year 2000 had done a little bit of it.
Wait a second, Mr. Odie. I'm not disputing
but not on SMA.
hot in place.
I'm not aware of any on SMA.
Thank you.
And in terms of it being feasible, that's a design thing. I know the MTO specs doesn't recommend it,
right,
but it's also because they haven't done it. And like I had said before, from conversations with Mike Beck, the people at MTO are actually very interested if we did in fact do hot in place on SMA, because for them, they do have some SMA roads that maybe it would be an application that they could use.
Right. Thank you. I want to go to the March 9 meeting. Registrar, you can take down that call out. Can we please go to overview document 8, image, I think it's 75 and 76, but I don't have, my note is not perfect here, Registrar, so please bear with me. Yeah, Mike's notes. Okay. Can we please go to image 74 first? 73? 72. It's lots of notes. There we go. Okay, so Dr. Uzarowski has lots of notes about that meeting. I want to first talk to you about the PSV. So you understand that PSV is Polish stone value,
Yes,
and that's a test to assess the polishability of an aggregate?
yes, I'm vaguely aware of it, yes.
Okay, and you knew it was a test that's used by the MTO to assess polishability of aggregate?
Yes, I believe I knew that.
Did you know that MTO requires a PSV for a virgin aggregate for its contracts to be over 50?
No, I wasn't aware of that.
Okay. And you reference in your testimony the fact that the aggregate was considered, that was used in the Red Hill Valley Parkway, was considered an excellent aggregate, and you testified about that. Do you remember?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm not talking, Mr. Odie, today about what was found when the aggregate was qualified in 2007. I'm talking about what the state of the aggregate was in 2018, just to keep the timeline fresh for you.
Mm-hmm.
So did you understand that the purpose of a PSV testing of the aggregate in 2018 that had been in service for more than 10 years was to assess whether it was a good candidate for being reused as part of a new asphalt surface? Did you understand that?
No, I did not.
You didn't?
No.
Okay. I take it though, sir, you wouldn't expect an aggregate that had been in service for 10 years to still retain the qualities of a virgin asphalt, would you?
No, whether it was an SP 12.5 or an SMA, the aggregates would wear down. You would assume through wear and use, but the softer rock would wear faster, and the harder rocks, which are the trap rocks and the dolomitic sandstones, would last longer.
But nonetheless, an aggregate in use for 10 years is going to show wear. That's correct, sir, is it not?
Yeah, that sounds logical. But again, hot in place uses the existing aggregates that are there, add some rejuvenators, and right.
And so but you understood that an aggregate that had been in service for 10 years was not going to have the same PSV value as a new one.
I mean, that sounds logical, but I really wasn't aware of it. When they got into that part of the discussion, it was kind of, it wasn't very long, and it was more, Ludimir, Gary going back and forth over it. The rest of us were just kind of sitting there and going, oh, okay, is the meeting done? What are we talking about?
Oh, hold on here. It's actually an important conversation, though, because the quality of the aggregate bears on lots of things, including.
Oh, absolutely. That's why when he made the comment about the number being low, I said, my comment was, so are you saying the D-mix aggregate wasn't a good aggregate? And Gary and Ludimir both chimed in and said, no, the reason the number's so good or high, it's because it is a good aggregate. It's very hard. So it's like, oh, okay. So I didn't really know what they were getting at. It was just, I'm not into that technicality. I would rely on either the hot in place contractor and Ludimir's expertise to say whether or not it made sense. And that's why during that whole conversation, it's like, okay, Gary, you're saying one thing, Ludimir's saying another thing. We need to clarify this because if it's what Ludimir's saying, we're not going to look at HIP on the main line of Red Hill. And given the geometry of the ramps, hot in place it's not a good candidate for hot in place. So to me, it was just clarifying. So when we did clarify it, EcoPave confirmed that they thought it was feasible. So in the end, Gary's, what was correct.
Okay,
His
let's-
recollection of the discussions they had.
So, Mr.
2017.
Mr. Audie, Mr. Audie, it's a long day.
Sorry, I apologize.
Okay, I think you're
apologize.
getting tired. I would volunteer that at least some of the rest of us are also getting tired. And we don't have to make it any longer than is necessary. So
Understood.
I would ask that you listen to the question, which was given about 5 minutes ago, and simply confine your responses to the question.
Understood, Commissioner.
Thank you. Okay. Please
So-
proceed, Ms. Roberts.
Thank you, Commissioner. So you understood the importance of the PSV, but you didn't understand that it was having a good polystone value was important to the feasibility of using the aggregate in the hot in place recycling?
No, I'm not a hot in place recycling expert, so
Okay.
I wasn't aware of that.
Okay. But one of the characteristics of whether an aggregate, sorry, let me rephrase this. Ludomir's evidence was that he considered it somewhat risky to reuse an aggregate that was worn. Did you understand that?
I don't recall that in the conversation.
But did you recall a discussion between Dr. Uzrowski and Mr. Moore about whether the polystone value was adequate for using it in hot in place?
No, vaguely, like I said, there was those comments, then Gary said the friction numbers were inconclusive and no to the microsurfacing. So
No,
I
I'm
don't-
not talking about friction numbers. That's a different conversation. I'm going to
No,
get to that
I
topic,
don't-
I
I don't
promise.
recall. I don't recall.
Thank you. Okay. Did you understand that the recommendation to use microsurfacing on that hot in place was because there was uncertainty as to whether a worn aggregate would provide good characteristics when incorporated in the new surface?
No, I did not.
Okay, now we can go to the discussion about friction, Mr. Odie. And just in case I understand it, you do have a recollection that friction was discussed? I was uncertain in your testimony.
My recollection was though they were talking about the aggregate friction, like the PSV.
Okay, so you don't recall a discussion about friction numbers on the Red Hill?
No, I don't recall any safety or friction concerns being brought up.
I'm not talking about safety.
Okay.
This is a discussion about the frictional characteristics of the surface of the aggregate. Can we please, Registrar, go to image 76? Okay, Mr. Beck's notebook does include an entry if you look at 207. See that? Thank you. His notes include a reference to concerns with friction numbers. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
But you have no recollection of a discussion about concerns with friction numbers?
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. You can take that down, Registrar. So I just want to touch briefly on the evidence about skid abrading or blast tracking. Do I understand your evidence correctly that you recall the discussion and you recall, is that true, that you recall the discussion? Do I have that right?
I recall Ludomir suggesting we should do skid abrasion or shop blasting before the resurfacing.
And your response was that you didn't think that that made sense given the cost and the potential benefit and the pending resurfacing. Do I have that right?
I said that it seemed like a waste of taxpayer dollars, not a good use of public funds to do that right before we were doing the resurfacing. Because the resurfacing basically does the same thing for you.
Thank you. In your witness interview, we've got we have a witness statement, and commission counsel took you to it, and you testified, or sorry, in your interview, you said words to the effect of, "Gee, the lawyers will have a heyday with you."
Sorry, Mr. Commissioner, I don't mean to interrupt. I'm not sure if Ms. Roberts is referring to Mr. Odie's statement of anticipated evidence. Is that, I wasn't sure what she meant by your interview.
Yes. Sorry. Yes, I am, exactly.
And so I understand that Ms. Roberts would probably need to seek leave to refer to anything from those notes.
Wait a second. The witness has testified this morning that that is something that he said, and it is part of the witness statement.
Sorry, so maybe I was unclear on, were you referring to an earlier testimony that Mr. Odie gave this morning?
Yes.
Yes.
I understood that you were looking to refer to something outside of that. I think I may have misunderstood. I'll let Ms. Roberts continue.
Thank you.
You testified this morning that you recalled that you said this, but you thought that you were probably speculating. Do I have your evidence of this morning correct?
What I had said was that I recalled saying it at the statement at the SAE stage, but I can't recall if I was speculating that I may have had said something like that or something similar, because of that interaction where, Ludimir, he's concerned about the PSV numbers, but he's saying it's a good aggregate. So it was in that context. So I don't recall saying it at the meeting. I think I was suggesting that I may have said something like that.
Okay. Is it the case, because you've been a witness for the city of Hamilton in a number of proceedings? That's true?
Yes, I have.
Right. And is it the case that it's your understanding that it might create a liability risk to remediate or change one thing on a highway because it might create a perception that there was a problem? Is that something that you understand?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
For sure I can. Is it the case that it's your understanding that it may create a liability risk if you remediate or change something on the highway, because that would create or a perception that there was an admission that there was a problem?
No, that's not my, no.
That's not yours.
Like if you're, when you're doing contract work, right? It's like if you're going in to resurface a road, if the scope is just to resurface, if you're reconstructing, you have to bring everything back up to standards, right? So it's like if you're in an old country road and you have cable guide rail, that's not a current standard. Do you replace that guide rail? But if all you're doing is the road, do you replace that guide rail separately, or do you look and replace them at the same time? So
I think your short answer would be no. That's not your understanding.
Yes, no, correct. It's not my understanding. Yeah. Just because you go out and do something, like standards change,
Yeah.
And when you're out doing a project, you try and bring them up to the current standard.
Got it. Thank you. And I just want to go to one other place, and it may be me who is confused about this, and in which case I apologize. The May 14, 2018 meeting, can we please, Registrar, can we please go to overview document 9, image 10, paragraph 12? Thank you. So you testified and you were asked questions by Commission Counsel about the May 14 2018 meeting. Actually, can you take down the call out because we don't have the date on it? There, okay, it's in the prior, I think. So the calendar invitation is to a number of people, including you, sir. And did I understand your evidence correctly that, sorry, let me just start. Do you see that you were included in an invitation for the May 14, 2018 meeting?
Yes.
Okay. And did I understand your evidence that notwithstanding that you were invited, you were not able to attend?
That's correct.
And
I don't recall attending that May 14th meeting.
okay. Thank you. And thank you for your patience, Mr. Odie. Those are my questions.
Oh, no, sorry that I dragged on a bit and caused some grief for everyone. My apologies.
Ms. Talebi.
Great, thank you, Mr. Commissioner. Good afternoon, Mr. Odie. I just have a couple questions for you this afternoon. Just going back in time a little bit, in November 19, 2013, Mr. Moore copied you into an email chain that discussed the Golder friction testing on the RHVP, and Commission Counsel took you through that email chain. And your evidence at the time, and your evidence earlier today was that you were not involved with the request around the testing because others who were copied on that email were dealing with the request more directly, given their roles. And you said that you were not responsible for any tasks in relation to the request in that email. Do you recall having that discussion with Commission Counsel earlier today?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Did you have any involvement beyond being copied on those emails that we saw earlier?
No, that was it. I was just copied. Once you're in sort of the chain of emails, you get stuck in them sometimes.
And at that time, did you get any follow-up emails from anyone, including Mr. White or Mr. Shabib, with respect to anything needing your attention in relation to the request in that email?
No, I did not.
And so now moving forward in time a little bit, in June 2017, you received emails from Ms. Cameron related to Councillor Connolly's request for friction test results. And you had that discussion with Commission Counsel earlier, and your evidence was that you did not quite connect Councillor Connolly's request to the friction testing done on the RHVP, Councillor Connolly's request to the friction testing that was done on the RHVP 3.5 years earlier, where you were copied on those emails that we just discussed. And Commission Counsel asked you whether you didn't feel it was your responsibility to track this down, given that it was tasked to you at this point. My question for you, Mr. Odie, is whether you understood that as a result of Ms. Cameron's emails on June 5th, 2017, obtaining or providing a copy of the test results was quote unquote tasked to you at that time.
Yes, well, no, basically, my understanding, I was covering for Gary, and Dan asked if I could help out to respond to the counselor. I wasn't aware of the testing, didn't know where the information would be. So my response was it should really wait till when Gary comes back next week.
And did you understand the request from Councillor Connolly to be urgent in any way?
No, I didn't perceive it to be urgent, but again, sometimes things take time. Our general practice in construction is we respond normally the same day. Sometimes you're dealing with the issue, get the problem solved, or sometimes it's, I need some time, I'll get back to you.
Okay. And so, Mr. Registrar, maybe we could just pull up this email, HAM 998. Mr. Odie, while Mr. Registrar is pulling that up, that's just your response to the email chain. You see at the very top here at 5:08 p.m., your response states that this would probably have to wait until Gary returns, as you can see. Did you get any response from Councillor Connolly or his staff indicating that this could not wait until Gary returns in response to this email?
Sorry, no, I did not.
Thank you, Mr. Registrar. You could bring that down. Mr. Odie, you attended a meeting with Dr. Yuzurowski and a number of other city staff members on March 9, 2018, and Commission Council asked you a number of questions about that, and your evidence was that Dr. Yuzurowski did not communicate any concerns about the safety or frictional characteristics of the Red Hill to you at that time. Do you recall having that discussion?
Yes.
Okay. And so, Mr. Odie, what steps would you have expected Dr. Yuzurowski or Golder to take if they in fact did have any concerns about the frictional characteristics or safety of the Red Hill?
Oh, I would have expected, given our relationship, that either Ludimir would have called me to discuss it if there was a real concern, or or he would have followed up with an email saying, here's my recommendation. You should really do this. This needs to be done. It's not unusual. Like the city gets condition assessments all the time, and usually they give you timelines in those. They'll say, this here's the state. This needs to be done, immediately. This needs to be done within a year or two. So, if in fact there was a concern, and if it was brought up during the meeting, it would have been a lot different discussion at the meeting. I do not recall Ludimir or anyone bringing up any safety or friction concerns with the Red Hill Valley Parkway.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. Registrar, if we could just have you pull up Golder document 6453, and if it can be called up in native format. Mr. Odie, this is a draft of the Golder Pavement Evaluation Report dated December 14, 2018. As I mentioned, this will be the draft version. And so while Mr. Registrar is pulling that up, your evidence, again, as you just mentioned, was that you did not understand any concerns to have been raised by Dr. Yuzurowski and Golder about the frictional characteristics of the Red Hill. Mr. Registrar, if we could just go to page or image number 3 here. Perfect, thank you. That's great, thank you. And so, Mr. Odie, you see a comment here on the side from Michael Mayer that I don't know if we can call that up, or if you're able to see it clearly, then that's fine. But as you can see, the comment states that we should avoid the word restores, as it implies that we have concluded that the friction is inadequate. We have previously stated that there is no strict guidelines. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and maybe I'll just maybe you can take a moment to just read the first couple sentences of the paragraph right under the chart here, if you can see it, just to familiarize yourself with the content in relation to what that comment is actually about. You can see, I think in the second or third sentence where it says improves, and then it crossed out restores. Do you see that?
Sorry, I'm just trying to follow the changes there.
And this is on the 4th line.
Treatment is quick and it improves. Yes, I see it now.
Okay. And so my question for you, Mr. Odie, is whether this is consistent with your understanding that Golder had not advised the city that it had concluded that friction testing on the Red Hill Valley was inadequate.
That's correct.
Okay, and so thank you, Mr. Registrar. We can bring that down. And if we could just very briefly go to the final version of this document, and that's Golder 6612. Image number 3, please. And so, Mr. Odie, this is just the final draft of the draft version that I just took you to moments ago. As you can see, those changes have now been implemented in the first couple sentences in that paragraph right under the chart. And as you can see now, the sentence reads, as was brought to the city's attention a number of times previously, an immediate effective treatment to address a concern with frictional characteristics of the SMA surface course on the RHVP would be to carry out shot blasting / skid abrading of areas of concern on the existing pavement surface. This treatment is quick and relatively low cost. It improves the skid resistance immediately. However, it does not address pavement cracking or bumps and dips in the pavement and is not a structural rehabilitation treatment. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And so is this consistent with your recollection that Dr. Yuzurowski had not advised the city that it had concluded that Golder or Dr. Yuzurowski had concluded that friction on the Red Hill Valley Parkway was inadequate?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Those are all of my questions for you this afternoon, Mr. Odie. Thank you, Mr. Commissioner.
I just have one question, and then we need to mark a document as an exhibit. My question is, with respect to the last two documents that Ms. Talebi took you to, have you ever seen those documents at the time until preparing for your examination?
No, I haven't. I didn't see them prior.
Okay, thank you. And the exhibit, this is just the invitation that Ms. Roberts brought. I forgot to mark at least two today until they were brought to my attention by Chloe Hendry, so I'll give her credit. This would be Commissioner Ham 62425, and it's the February 23rd calendar invitation.
Noted, Council. Thank you.
And it's 144.
Thank you.
I don't have any other questions or items.
Okay. I'm just looking for that reference. I'll just ask you which document? Oh, 62. I found it.
Yes, it was the
Yeah,
invitation to the pre-meeting on February 23rd.
And that's exhibit what now?
144.
144. Okay. So then there are no other questions. So then, well, we've conveniently arrived at 4:30. Mr. Odie, thank you very much for attending, re-attending, I suppose I should say. You're excused, and the rest of us, if there's no further business we have to attend to tonight, we'll stand adjourned until 9:30 tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, thank you. Have a good evening all.